Hey guys! Pie Guy here, and welcome to another stream. How is everyone doing on this fine Sunday night? Sunday, be here, be here, be here. Alright, hello. Hello, Jadek. Hello, member for 1 month in the upper crust. The most... Oh, gosh. Oh gosh. All right. Wow. People wasted no time.
$12.88. Hey PIEGUYRULZ, I have two questions to ask you. One, have ever heard a show called Miss PG? And two, have you ever heard or saw the trailer for the Switch 2 edition of Zelda's Botwin Tot?
Botwin Tot. Oh, I forgot about this element here. We put the chat on the stream. Guys, calm down. Calm down.
6,370 became a member. At Pranavo 6,370 celebrates 1 month of membership. Hey guys, Pranavrao here _PyCool__PyCool. At sent $5.
We'll sit
saw
over here.
The TAD finale on
I will respond to
day.
all this. I'm just...
It's a super device.
Give me a
finale,
second.
But me and my friends loved it.
Oh my goodness. Yeah, chat's on the screen. Are you happy? We have the technique. Finally. They discovered how to do this. As everyone knows, this was an unknown technique. I couldn't do it because no one had ever figured out how to do it before. So, yeah, okay. Oh gosh. Guys.
5,581 sent $5. That's right, Pie Guy. Super chats from everyone for this last SpongeBob review stream.
Hello. Okay, so let's see. Starting in order. Let's see. What was I first asked?
Ask B9W sent $4.99. Nosferatu's son is in Camp Coral and he's named Kid Ferratu.
That's not true. There's no way. Oh gosh, not the 6-7 jokes. Okay, all right. Guys, we're gonna be here for at least like 2 or 3 hours. I do have to say that.
Hey, bye guy. Today is 6/7. Know what that
6/7. Okay. Let's see, Shattuck. I'm making complete what of myself? The most embarrassing thing you've ever seen, and now it's worse because I'm repeating everything into the microphone.
At Epic Gamer 127, the Hedgehog 2 sent $4.99. Have you seen there's gonna be a new Crazy Taxi, Spyro, and Toy Story game compilation?
No, yes, and yes. All right, so first super chat from Kelly. Hey, Pie Guy, I have 2 questions. Have you ever heard of a show called Miss BG? I have not. And have I ever heard or saw this trailer for the Switch 2 edition of Botwa or
$5 in the episode Gorilla Suit Day? There's a deleted
scene
where SpongeBob flings his poop everywhere and screeches loudly while doing so.
Oh my gosh. Thank you. Genuinely thank you all. This is amazing. I'm just a little overwhelmed. No, I did not hear about that. I do have a Switch 2. I haven't really been keeping up with a lot of the goings-on with it, though.
Guy. Do you know if your overall opinion on S10 will affect the quality of the actual review? I remember you enjoying 9B quite a bit more.
I don't know. Okay. So thank you everyone, by the way, who has become a member recently, and thank you everyone who's joined the upper crust because you wanted to see the Fiona and Cake Season 2 video early. Fair enough. I really appreciate that.
At Jaff Taco celebrates 1 month of membership. Only SpongeBob season review I haven't seen. Let's go.
Oh my gosh.
At Pranavo 6,370 sent $2. Looking forward to Toy Story.
Give me a second to respond. Okay. But yes, thank you. The Fiona and Cake Season 2 every episode reviewed video is finally out. 2 hours of me reviewing the season. I have a lot to say. I have some pretty strong opinions. Just say that much. I don't want to spoil it. It's going to be out for everyone on Saturday.
Was the bad seasons of SpongeBob.
Fair. But yes, it'll be out in 6 days from now to everyone. Anything that you see on this channel that's got like a membership exclusivity is just for a week. So don't be thinking I'm making like exclusive videos. I'm not currently, at least. There's no plan for that at the moment.
Attila VDD celebrates 1 month of membership. Hello, P Guy on the penny.
Woo! Thank you, Pranavra. Is it Yeah, it's Pranavra. Yeah. Thank you for being a member for 1 month. So if you are a member, one of the cool things is that I think every month you get a new free super chat. So that's pretty cool. Bailey saw the amazing Digital Circus finale on premiere day. Congratulations. It's a super divisive finale, but me and my friends loved it. You know, a divisive finale is at least interesting. So that's great. I'm glad you loved it. Thank you, Asher. Oh gosh. That's right, P Guy. Super chats from everyone for the last SpongeBob review stream. Fair. You don't know. Maybe this isn't the last one. Maybe the announcement today, because we got a big announcement. Maybe we're just gonna loop it forever, and next week we're gonna watch season 1 again. That could happen. We don't know.
At Cat Lover 476 sent $1.99. Opinion on Courage the Cowardly Dog.
Great show. Okay. So the Nosferatu's son is in Camp Cortland's named Kid Feractu. I think I responded to this. Thank you for the super chat. I think actually that is true. I don't want to believe that, but I think it's true.
581 celebrates 1 month of membership. ScumBob, Scumbario, and Scumnick the Horrid Hog.
Scumbario.
Thank you, Reality Cypher. Hey, Pie Guy. Today is 6/7. Know what that means? Yes, it is the 7th of June. That's what that means, obviously.
Ethelyn 3055 sent $5. By the way, I'm sorry for getting mad about last stream's chat being deleted. I have nothing but respect for your work.
No worries. Last week we did have a technical issue, and the chat was lost as a result. I don't really want to talk about it, but it's not going to happen again. So, oh my god, you guys! Oh man.
At Madeleine de France became a member. At Madeleine de France celebrates 1 month of membership. Loved the FNC review.
Woo!
Sorry again for the long comment I left. I had a lot to talk about going into it, and even more that I wanted to add on to as I continued watching.
No, I loved your comment. Your comment is amazing. Like, I actually loved it, not just clicking the love button. But I will say, I meant to. I made a reply to it because I wanted to make sure I replied to it, but I also want to leave a more detailed reply because I think you bring up a lot of really interesting points. I just was out when I saw it, and so I didn't have a chance to write a really long one. But no, your comment was great.
Sent $3.59. BTW, thank you for using my thumbnail for the completed Season 9B stream.
Yeah, thank you for making it. I love when you guys make me thumbnails so I don't have to do any work. Okay, we're almost done here. I'm still going through these. Have I seen... Okay, so no, I haven't seen about New Crazy Taxi. That's really interesting. I did see about Spyro. That's exciting. And Toy Story game compilation I actually liked on... Or I wish-listed on Steam. I would definitely be down to stream some Toy Story games. I think that would be fun. In the episode Gorilla Suit Day, there's a deleted scene where SpongeBob flings his poop everywhere and screeches loudly while doing so. That one I honestly don't know if you're joking about or not. That could be true or that could be false. I honestly don't know. Thank you for the super chat, Ethan. Thank you, Blue Nation. Hello, Pie Guy. Do you know if your overall opinion on Season 10 will affect the quality of the actual review? I remember you enjoying Season 9B a bit more. I don't know. I don't remember a lot of Season 10, so I don't know if I have a lot of opinion on it currently.
Didn't you hear dunking on finales is the thing, RN?
Okay, but truthfully, the boys' finale was pretty bad. Like, can we just be honest about that? Can everyone be real here? Scorched earth. More like scorched carpet.
Nerdy sent $5. Hey man, sorry you've been getting so much money from chat.
I know.
Really sad to hear you've been struggling with such a massive tragedy.
Dear. I know. I got a comment that was like, you know, you can turn off the super chat voice and you don't, you can space them out. Like, you don't have to respond to all of them. You can make the price raise. And I'm like, yeah, but like, I kind of need this revenue. I understand it might disrupt the flow of the content. I totally get that, but like, I really appreciate this revenue. Getting these super chats and memberships and all this stuff justifies me being able to make basically what I want content-wise. The Fiona and Cake video, I can't imagine it's going to do super well view-wise, but it's something I was passionate about and wanted to make, and you guys have been helping kind of fund it, as we've been doing these live streams. So I do genuinely, seriously appreciate it, and it's allowing me to kind of continue what I'm doing and justifying taking the time to do this when I have a young child and a career and a family and everything. Thank you, Jarf Taco. Only SpongeBob season review, and I haven't seen. Oh, why haven't you seen it? Interesting. I mean, not that you have to see it, but I don't know. Looking forward to Toy Story 4. Thank you, Pranav. No, not really. Personally, no. But I don't think I have a raging hate for it. It's just I'm just over it. I'm just over it at this point. You know, happy for anyone who's excited for it and wants to see it. Thank you, Seahawk. The OG 6-7 meme was the bad season of SpongeBob. Very true. P guy on the penny. Yep. Okay. So, I've responded to everything. Here we go. Was I ever into Thomas the Tank Engine at any point as a kid? No, it was never really my thing. Would I make a season 1 video for Fiona and Cake? And I got to be careful because I obviously don't want to spoil the Fiona and Cake video because most people have not seen it. Obviously.
5,581 cent $5. Well, I hope you know that the super chats are for you coming back and making more great
well, thank
content.
you. Thank you so
Have
much.
a lot of nostalgia from you.
Ooh, different transition. Nice. Okay. Thank you for becoming a member.
Became a member at Supage 3.
Did I say Toy Story 4? I meant Toy Story 5. If I said 4.
1 month of membership. We reached the final beat.
I meant to.
My username is
I meant to set something up funny. I didn't get a chance to.
Sent $7.18. Your season 10 review. I remember looking really forward to it back in 2018.
Nice.
I had just graduated high school when you released that review in September of the year.
Nice. I want to do. I didn't get a chance to, but I want to do a thing where if you donate like a penny, like you know, $5 and a penny, $4 and a penny, $3 and a penny, it turns me into a penny.
I missed the 9B stream, but I was a listed patron, and I'll say season 10 Feral Friends might be upper crust.
Nice. I'm excited. I do remember that episode, and I remember thinking it was very interesting.
Jarf Taco sent $2. Didn't watch this one initially. BC hadn't seen S10.
Oh, that's fair. That explains it. Can I make this a little smaller? I can. Cool. I don't know why I wouldn't be able to. We will get to the content soon. I promise. Okay. So. Fiona and Cake, right. I gotta be careful to not say anything that spoils it, because obviously most people haven't seen the video. But yes, I would be open to doing season 1 reviewed. It would just be a lot quicker and easier of a season.
At Pranavro 6,370 cent $2. S10 review dropped in my first semester of college.
Nice. All right. So, I owe everyone. We are going to real quick vibe review premises from season what did I say, 13 here. We are, let's say, oh gosh. Apparently I can't see all of OBS right now. That's fine. We're all fine. Everyone's fine. Hopefully you guys can see all the way across here to the viewership numbers. I don't know if you can, but yeah. Can I pop this out?
At Pranavro 6,370 cent $5. The getaway and don't wake Patrick will probs be upper crust maze.
Good to know. All right. Anyway, let's get on with this. So we are going to be just really quick vibe reviewing season 13 based on how good I think the premise is. Obviously, I have not seen these episodes. This is not a review of the episodes. This is just we're just gonna review the premise.
At Sukanzu 945 cent $2.01 PIEGUYRULZ time.
Thank you. Yeah, I don't know. I wonder if I can do that. I should be able to do that. Get a little penny pie guy to show up in the corner or something. Anyway, here we go. A place for pets. Customers bring pets to the Krusty Krab, and Mr. Krabs learns pets are more profitable than owners. And you know, that's a good way to get Gary back in here. they probably have like Snelly or someone, right? Some continuity references. I like this idea. I think it's a fun idea. Granted, because it's a Mr. Krabs, this might be really obnoxious and just like delve into just boring greed tropes over and over again.
370 cent $10. One thing I like about Idiot Box is that it is obvious the sounds are in Squid's imagination, but they don't explicitly spell that out and leave the audience to connect the dots themselves.
I don't know if I've ever thought about that, to be honest.
Fanatic 5118.
Will I review and rank my Teen Titans reviews?
Will you review and rank your
Oh my
teams?
gosh. No, probably not. Yeah, you know what? Good premise. I like it. Lockdown for love. When Plankton ruins a date with Karen, she puts the chum bucket on lockdown until he proves his affection. That could be a funny idea. It could also be unfortunate, you know, a little in the, you know, partner abuse realm potentially. But I don't know. I think it could also be funny to see Plankton have to be romantic. I don't know. But then again, I do also like it when Plankton genuinely likes Karen.
$5. Better idea. Review and rank the oldest videos on your channel.
Oh gosh, no.
JK.
No. We're not going back to Animal Crossing Abridged. Yeah, I think Lockdown for Love is maybe a meh premise.
7,815 cent $5.
I can definitely see it being funny though.
Doing well, Pie Guy. Vids helped me through tough times, and also hi from my friend Razz Reviews.
Hello to you, and hello to Razzie Reviews, or Raze Reviews, maybe. I am doing well, and I'm glad to help you through some tough times. Under the small tops, Squidward's house becomes infested with a mail order flea circus meant for SpongeBob. I don't like it. That's a
SpongeBob
premise. I think I could picture the flea circus being funny and entertaining, but knowing this show, I kind of feel like this is probably just like really annoying and gross. They probably like bite Squidward and he gets really gross close-ups on his boils or something. I don't know. Or it's just him itching all the time. Squidward's sick days. Squidward fakes being sick to get out of work, but his agony only begins when SpongeBob arrives to take care for him. Is that grammar? Does that grammar correct? I don't think so. I kind of like the idea. I could see it being Squid's Day Off-esque. But I could also see SpongeBob being really annoying about it. I don't know. I guess that's the thing about SpongeBob premises, right? It's like you can see a lot of good and a lot of bad. I'm throwing it in
SpongeBob.
I also picture this being just gross and stupid. And also, yeah, I feel like we've done similar things. Goofy Scoopers. SpongeBob and Patrick make it their mission to reunite the recently fired robot band from Goofy Goobers. We got a FNAF episode? No way! Are the robots like sentient? Or are they hunting down the machines? Like are they like, you know, just like mindless machines? I think I might ask chat one question about each of these ideas. How about that? I'll ask you guys one question and we'll judge it based on that. I don't want to know too much about this. Goofy Goober was a costume. FNAF, Five Nights at Freddy's, only the hottest game of 2018. I don't even know. I don't know what year FNAF came out. How do I use the SpongeBob filter? What's the trick to using it? I press a button. I have a button that does it. They're sentient. Okay. I don't know. I've seen so many episodes with this premise.
Natasha 5,581 cent $5. What are your thoughts on FNAF? I'm
2014.
curious.
No, not 2014. Come on, don't be lying. I ain't that old. I'm not old. I've never played it. The gameplay did not look interesting to me, and I was not young enough to care about the Matt Pet videos. Sorry. I just didn't care. And actually, I really liked Game Theory until FNAF came along and ruined it, to be honest. I liked when it was about science. Anyway,
At Dorothy the Fanatic 5118 cent $4.99. If you find the premises interesting enough, would potentially review season 11 onwards. It would be fun to catch up. Season 14 is a pain though.
No comment. Okay. So Goofy Scoopers, we're gonna say meh. I could see that going either way, really. Pat the dog. Patrick is sent to the pound for acting like a worm, but he will only be able to leave if SpongeBob can train him. I don't think I've seen this episode, but I think I've heard a lot of people talk about it. My one question for this is, how much like a dog does Patrick act, I guess? Also kind of funny that it's called Pat the dog, but the description says acting like a worm. I know worms are the dogs or whatever, but, you know. Pat the horse. Oh, yeah, that's right. There was Pat the horse. Wait a minute. The animal catcher from Gary and Spot is in this. Interesting. Now we're all talking about FNAF. Nice. All right, well, straight up acts like a dog throughout the episode. You know what?
SpongeBob.
I don't want to see that. I don't need Patrick to be a dog. That's fine. I'm good without. Something narwhal this way comes. Narwhals living in the ocean. Two familiar faces from SpongeBob's past visit Bikini Bottom, but they bring a big problem along with them. What What's with the vagueness with this? Two familiar faces. Are these characters that we know, or is it just like, you know, SpongeBob's old pals, the narwhals? You remember them from his childhood. A lot of people don't like this one. All right, interesting. I mean, based on that description, I got nothing. That means nothing to me. So, oh, it's Camp Coral. All right.
SpongeBob.
Oh, I see. I get it. Okay, yeah, no. I get why it's vague. Yeah, no, thank you. Chums. After falling down the drain, Plankton finds an unlikely ally in the sewers. Is this another Camp Coral crossover?
At Ethanlin 3055 cent $2 penis.
Gosh darn it. Don't say that. Come on now. You know, it will just
SpongeBob.
Sorry, Camp Corals, no. This is a hard no for me. SpongeBob's Road to Christmas. SpongeBob and Patrick venture to the North Pole to give Santa a present. I like that. That sounds like a fun Christmas episode. It's very like Johnny Bravo Christmas. Olive the Other Reindeer. You know, the journeying to the North Pole to give Santa something or find out something from Santa is pretty stock, pretty common, but it's a common plot that works. I'll give it a good. Potato Puff. Mrs. Puff's new substitute teacher gives SpongeBob a crash course in driving. We've done this, haven't we? Didn't we get another teacher? Is this another Camp Coral thing? I'm just going to assume every vague character is a Camp Coral reference. So, you know, in that case, it's going in
SpongeBob.
Pronavro 6,370 cent $5. Which SpongeBob characters do you feel like most these days?
Probably Plankton and Squidward, if we're being real. Sometimes I feel like Mrs. Puff with you guys. Not really, but sometimes. Wrangling you guys.
Deed sent $3.59. The substitute teacher in
What?
Potato Puff is just a potato Mrs. Puff disguised
What?
as herself.
No, still
SpongeBob.
All right, there will be Grease. Another Grease Trap episode. Okay. Or I guess just another Grease episode. Mr. Krabs and Plankton must work together after discovering a well of miracle grease under their restaurants. I'll give that a good. You know, I like Plankton and Mr. Krabs working together. As long as it's not too similar to Best Frenemies, as long as they do something slightly different with it, I'll give it a good.
581 cent $5. Actually,
Oh, God.
every vague character is a reference to the guy on the penny's eventual character development. I am not sorry.
You're trying to
for
bring
this.
back the guy on the penny. I don't know if it'll carry into this stream. I don't know. It was a good joke, but I don't know.
At Ryan
Oh, wow.
1731 cent $9.99. Saw a screening of the first 2 side quest episodes today at IGN Live. Was very
That's
good
Adventure
and
Time side
perfectly
quest for anyone who
captured
doesn't
season
know.
half vibes, both in tone and continuity. Finn's new VA captures season 1 Finn well.
That's all great to hear. That's great. I don't know if I want to say excited, but I'm definitely like cautiously optimistic about side quests. I've made it no secret that I am a big fan of early seasons Adventure Time. I like later season Adventure Time too, but I do appreciate kind of it's got a very SpongeBob vibe. So as much as I want to see the show continue on like with adult Finn and kind of like grow up a little bit with the audience and keep going with story arcs and stuff, I am also very open and happy if they want to do early season Adventure Time type stuff, as long as it can be funny and entertaining and still feel natural. If there's one thing, I didn't mention this in the video, but if there's one thing that I really missed in Fiona and Cake Season 2, it's Jake. You know, Jake the dog. Very much missed that character. Okay. The big bad Bubble Bass. By the way, this is I don't know if I mentioned this. This is a picture I took a screenshot I took of the webpage, so I can't click on any of these links just because we had issues last time. So, Karen tells the fairy tale of a nerd trying to steal an action figure from his 3 little neighbors. I kind of like that. That sounds fun. That's good. I like the idea of, I don't know, for some reason, Karen narrating a fairy tale. I feel like I saw an episode like that in like season 11 or 12. Or maybe I just heard of this. But no, I like that. Good premise. The Seaman Sponge... Seaman? Really? Alright. Seaman Sponge Haters Club. Squidward hosts a secret We Hate SpongeBob club at his house. I'm assuming SpongeBob wants to join the We Hate SpongeBob club. That's my guess, that it's like Squidward and Bubble Bass and Plankton or something. I'll give that a good. I like that. I like that idea. Why not? Oh gosh. Pat Nokio. Okay, yeah, that's right. That's right. Oh, this is the one where he said ScumBob. Interesting. Oh, that makes sense. Food truck. Okay. SpongeBob and Squidward try to sell Krabby Patties from a food truck in the darkest depths of the ocean. Didn't we do this? No, we did this with SpongeBob and Patrick in a food truck at the bottom of the ocean. Like, explicitly we did that. I don't remember what that episode's called. It's like a season 5 or 6 one. It's got a name that's nondescript, I think, of the food truck thing, but we did this. No. No, and I don't like the name either. Oh, it's like I see. We're in rock bottom, aren't we? Food truck. Got it. 20,000 patties under the sea. Yeah. We're okay, but we're bringing back rock bottom. No, that's a no for me. I love rock bottom. We don't need to bring it back though. It's good on its own. So
SpongeBob.
I'm being very opinionated, but this is how you gotta be when all you have is a few words of a premise. Upturn Girls. Okay, is that a take on Uptown Girls? Pearl and Narlene. Who is Narlene?
Atasha 5,581 sent $5. Pie Guy, we're almost 17 seasons into SP. What do you expect with the rehashing of ideas?
I expect if they're gonna do an old idea, I expect them to at least put a spin on it. That's, like, exploring similar character dynamics that they've done previously is totally fine. Doing another Mr. Krabs and Plankton episode is great. Like, that's great where they work together. I don't have a problem with that. But, like, make the episode be about something different than, like, a competing restaurant, you know, or something like that. That's my whole thing. Another Camp Coral character? No.
SpongeBob.
Should have had Squidina. Say aw. Frustrated that he's seen as cute instead of evil, Plankton builds a robot to punish anyone who says aw. I think that's a good premise. I could see it being very repetitive and like stupid if that's literally all that happens, but I like the idea of people consistently underestimating Plankton is definitely like a recurring idea in the show, and this fully embraces like his evil maniacal side. I like it. Okay. Patrick the Mailman. Patrick crushes the mailman, so he and SpongeBob deliver the mail around Bikini Bottom. Good premise. This is all you need. This is all you need. You just need a very simple idea. Whether or not it's good, who knows? But the idea of SpongeBob and Patrick delivering mail, that sounds cute and fun. So, good premise. Captain Pitsqueak. Plankton joins the League of Evil. So I guess that's Plankton interacting with, like, the Dirty Bubble and Man Ray? Or for all I know, it's probably more. It's probably more Camp Coral characters in it. No, you didn't miss the announcement. The announcement will be at the end. I don't know. There's so little to go on here. I'll give it a good because I'd like to see Man Ray. I don't know. This one had a ton of villain cameos in it. Well, that's cool, at least. Plane to Sea. SpongeBob and Patrick take Squidward on a plane to a tropical resort. Huh. Okay. Is this like Enchanted Tiki Dreams or whatever it is? Is it that plus the snail mail? Or is it the sort of thing where like Squidward agrees to go with SpongeBob and Patrick because it's like it's a promise of this beautiful, amazing place, but really he just gets stuck on a long flight or something?
At Pranavro 6,370 cent $2, Kevin returns in Patrick the Mailman.
Interesting. Interesting. I don't know. I'll give Plane to Sea a meh. I think that's kind of in the neutral zone. Squid for Octo, here we go! SpongeBob and Squidward venture to Nosferatu's castle, and after Squidward accidentally receives his mail. Big season for mail. Big season for mail. No, just
SpongeBob.
Nosferatu is like the poster child for a character that never needs to come up in SpongeBob ever again. That is so dumb. I just on a premise idea. SpongeBob, Patrick, and Squidward, you know, skulking around a spooky castle is a fine enough idea, but just no thank you. No thank you to Nosferatu coming back. No thank you. I do also have to mention, by the way, if I ever did review these episodes, I would not be taking this into account, right? I just take the actual episode into account. This is just because this is all we have to go on, so this is what we're doing, okay? The snap judgments, judging a book by its cover. Here we go. Look at the viewership. What is the viewership on right now? It better not be 67. Wow, 187. Nice. Okay. Let's see. Slappy Days. Nosferatu's Minion. What? 2 Nosferatu episodes in the same half hour? We're okay.
SpongeBob.
Moving on. Goodness. Oh, okay. Squid for Octo is a 15-minute episode, while Slappy Days is a short one. Okay.
Natasha 5,581 Nosferatu's slideshow for season 13.
I mean, goodness. Okay. Welcome to Bikini Bottom. In an alternate reality. Oh, man. Bikini Bottom is inhabited entirely by robots. That gives me Binary Bottom. I see. That gives me so little information, though.
An episode where Squid and Squilliam attend a HS reunion and slowly realize that everyone hated both of them and they peaked in high school. So they team up to try and impress everyone.
I think that would be pretty good. I'd be down for it. Binary Bottom. Just what do I say to this? What kind of description is this? It doesn't describe the story. It's just I don't know. That's getting a meh, I think, just because of the way this description is written. You're going to pay. Phone. Mr. Krabs installs a cursed payphone in the Krusty Krab. Great. I assume that he got it from Rolf. That's a
SpongeBob.
Payphones. Come on. Payphones in 2023. Get out of here. Just get out of here. I can't wait for someone to take this out of context and be like, Pie Guy is reviewing episodes on the dumbest things. He thinks the episode's just bad because it's got a payphone in it. Worst reviewer ever. A Skin Wrinkle in Time. Grand Pat. I assume this is this just an old version of Patrick, or is this a Patrick Star Show character? Travels through time and space to get back home. Man, we're really going esoteric. Oh, this is a C episode. Okay, so I guess this is a short. We're doing that again. That's cool. Meh. I think meh. I like the idea that it's a short. I don't really know what to think of this concept or who Grand Pat is. Okay, it is a Patrick Star Show character. Abandoned Twits. The Krusty crew builds a boat for their penny pinching captain. The penny! Is this where the guy on the penny comes back?
Attila VD sent $3.59. The episodes with the 279 prod code are part of a crossover special with Camp Carl and Patrick
I did hear about that.
The Tidal Zone.
Okay, I did hear about that. Interesting. Okay. By the way, if I seem extra giggly today, I'm very tired. I went to a wedding this weekend, and I also I was up till 4 a.m. on Friday finishing the Fiona and Cake video.
Natasha 5,000
and up till like 3 a.m. most days of the week this week to finish that.
Penny. He said IT. He said the word. Riot.
Oh gosh. Penny pinching. What does Mr. Krabs have against Abe Lincoln? Okay, anyway. Built a boat. What is this? Is this like Noah's Ark or something? They build a boat for Mr. Krabs. I'll say that's a good episode because I can imagine, Patrick and SpongeBob not assembling a boat correctly. I just assume Patrick's a part of it. He might not be because it just is the Krusty crew. So yeah, good. Walhalla. SpongeBob discovers a crazed castaway living in his walls. Is it like a human? Valhalla. Is it like Valhalla? Like the guy thinks he's gone to Viking heaven, but it's SpongeBob's walls? What? I don't know what to say. When's the Fiona and Cake video coming out? Saturday. It's out now if you're an upper crust member of my channel. It's coming out Saturday. Who would edit a Fiona and Cake video at 3 a.m.? Oh boy, 3 a.m. And if you watch the video, you can tell towards the end there's a part that I recorded at like 3:30 a.m. on right before the video has to come out. You can tell because I sound like absolute horribleness. Anyway, yes, and it was voiced by Jeffrey Combs. Okay, I don't know what to say to this. This gets a meh. It's an interesting premise, I guess. But I just don't even know. I can't even picture that. The Salty Sponge. SpongeBob works the grill at the toughest joint in town. I assume this is the Salty Spittoon. I'll give it a good. I like SpongeBob interacting with actually tough characters, so there you go. Could I re-record that part for the final upload? No, I think the fact that I'm tired sounding makes it work because it's at the very end of the video. So I don't think I sound that bad. I sounded tired. I kind of sound like I sound right now, to be honest. It is a Salty Spittoon. We'll give it, yeah, so good on that. Karen for Spot. How many more? Oh my god, we gotta get moving. Guys. Luckily, the Season 10 video is pretty short. But we have a big announcement to get to after we're done with the Season 10 video. Karen for Spot. Karen looks after Spot while Plankton goes out of town. Good episode. I like Karen. I like Spot. Sounds like a good premise. Arbor Day Disarray. I guess here's where we are, where we're doing Arbor Day episodes. That's fine. Sandy gives her friends a special saltwater trees, but they need more attention than she expected. Do they come to life? Are they evil? Do they die? I'll give it a good. Why not? Sandy's here. I like Sandy's okay. Another retirement announcement. Big special announcement, everyone. I'm leaving again. Bye. Thank you for all the super chats. I'm out. Goodbye.
Correct me if I'm wrong. I believe this is the current longest season of SB, stealing season 9's title.
I mean, it seems pretty long. Arbor Day Disarray had record low viewership. Whoa! 0.11? Holy cow. That is pretty low for SpongeBob. I guess people don't like Arbor Day. Do I still have the DVD season 1 of Ed, and Eddie? Of course I do. Yeah. Okay. Arbor Day Disarray gets a meh. Ain't That the Tooth? SpongeBob and Patrick mistake a burglar for the Tooth Fairy. Yeah, I'll give it a good. I'm imagining like a SpongeBob Meets the Strangler vibe, but with with the Tooth Fairy in there. I sure, good. Ma and Pa's big hurrah. When SpongeBob's parents come to visit, their thirst for thrills comes as a big surprise. That is an odd angle to go with for SpongeBob's parents. Like what? They want extreme sports or something? No. That gets a
SpongeBob.
I like SpongeBob's parents being more of a presence. I think they're like characters that could definitely use a little more characterization. But that's just a weird. That's a weird. Yellow Pavement, SpongeBob and Squidward star in Mrs. Puff's educational driving film. You guys were telling me about this. I'm gonna just give it a
SpongeBob.
sheerly for the fact that it is like just it sounds exactly identical. It probably is better or funnier than what Rules of the Road or whatever it is, but for just on premise, that's pretty bad to just reuse it. Boat Smarts is yeah. The flower plot. The Chum Bucket is replaced by a flower shop with a charming new owner. Is it just Plankton in a disguise? Is it a Camp Coral character? Wait, Camp Coral. That's the name of the show, right? Yeah. The burglar is Dorsal Dan. I don't know, man. This doesn't sound very good.
SpongeBob.
Oh, okay, it is good. Good. It's him in disguise. Yeah, no, thank you. I'm good without Plankton being in disguise. We don't need it anymore. We're good. There's plenty of other ways to steal the formula or come up with schemes. He doesn't need to just be in disguise all the time. He's not a spy. All right. SpongeBob on parade. The Krusty Krab enters a float in the annual Bikini Bottom Parade. I think that gets a meh just because that doesn't sound very interesting on its premise alone. Delivery to Monster Island. Oh, is this the Powerpuff Girls crossover? SpongeBob and Plankton must work together to survive an island of deadly monsters. That sounds good. That sounds really good. I like that. Good. Also, are these the monsters from the SpongeBob movie? Probably not, but, you know. Ride Patrick Ride. SpongeBob teaches Patrick how to ride a bike. My man knows how to drive a boatmobile, but not a bike. I mean, I say that, but there's plenty of people who don't know how to ride a bike and know how to drive a car. I don't. That's a silly thing for me to say. I could see that being really wholesome and cute. I'll give it a good. Or Patrick could be really annoying, but I'll give it a good anyway. Hot Cross Nuts. Sandy's homemade snack becomes a big hit at the Krusty Krab. Meh. Didn't we already had like her nutty butter or whatever it is? I don't think we need. Nah, I think that's fine. Yeah. I think that's a
SpongeBob.
Sir Urchin and Snail Fail. What? SpongeBob and Patrick's favorite comedy duo has a falling out on live television.
SpongeBob.
I don't really want to know what a comedy duo looks like within SpongeBob. Like, I can't imagine them writing characters that are intentionally supposed to be funny to, like, SpongeBob and Patrick. Like, I feel like those jokes are probably going to be cringy, but that's just how I feel. Friendiversary. SpongeBob celebrates the anniversary of his friendship with Squidward, but the latter does something. The latter does not. The latter does not. I guess he does not celebrate the anniversary. I mean, that's a
SpongeBob.
It just seems so vague. I'm imagining like Dying for Pie, but like a bad version. I don't know. Gosh, can I get rid of this tool, please? Thank you. There we go. Oh, it's got fan service. Oh no, they got a lot of references. Oh boy, it recreates scenes from early episodes. Nope, that's a hard no for me. Big
SpongeBob.
energy. I feel like if they didn't reference older episodes so much these days, doing one episode that was kind of dedicated to being like a nostalgia trip would be fine. But the fact that that seems to be something they love doing is really just, eh. Mandatory music. Squidward's lack of talent lands him in a court-ordered music class. Okay, that's a good premise. I like that. That sounds funny. I like that one. Court-ordered music class. Sorry, Squidward. We deem that your music is so bad. It's auditory assault, and we need you to go to a class.
At cent $5, Hot Cross Nuts contains possibly the most unhinged scene in all of SpongeBob, and I implore you to look it up.
All right, real quick on my phone, I'm gonna look that up. I'm just gonna search Hot Cross Nuts SpongeBob. Let's see what comes up.
Atasha 5,581 cent $5. Mandatory would be the right word to describe the references in modern SB.
Let's see. I don't know if this is what we're imagining. Sandy burns a bunch of things. SpongeBob is like a hobo out back. What is happening? There's just like a fish that's eating Mr. Krabs? Or no, it's eating the floor? What? Oh, okay. The fish decide to just eat the Krusty Krab. Great. Excellent. Love it. Anyway. Oh, gosh. Okay. Anyway. Moving on. I'm sorry. What is the name of this next episode? Dopey Dick? No. No. I understand it's a Moby Dick reference, but I tell you what, when I searched for SpongeBob Season 13 in Google, this title came up, and I genuinely thought it was just someone, like an AI was malfunctioning. I really, I can't.
Dopey Dick.
Fish male tentacles joins a crew of sailors hunting down the great white jellyfish. No, we've already done Moby Dick references. No.
SpongeBob. Scummy Dick.
No, I retract that, actually. I retract that. Oh, gosh. Okay, all right, moving on. Plankton and the Beanstalk. Jack Plankton. Oh, I'm sensing a theme here. Okay, these are like relatives or literature-based versions of the characters. Jack Plankton finds a magic bean that takes him to a land of giants. Does Karen narrate this one too? I kind of, you know what? I kind of like that idea. Since Plankton is tiny, we'll say that's a good idea. Just because the giants could just be all the normal characters. Okay, everyone's still reacting to that. My friend Patty. Wait, no. What? What? SpongeBob befriends a sentient Krabby Patty?
At cent $2, HCN has the line "This guy's but loves those knots."
Oh, dear. Oh, dear. Wiener. It's a SpongeBob quote. I'm allowed to say it. Super chat not second super chat not showing. Oh, there it is.
5,581 cent $5. Oh yeah, I think this is the season with sequels to seasons 1 to 3
Oh, good.
episodes.
Love that. Okay. You guys are nuts. That's the real the real nuts were you guys all along.
3,055 cent $5. There's a leaked season 22 SpongeBob X Dragon Ball Z crossover.
I mean, maybe that could happen by season 22. Who knows? Who knows?
At Crass V6Z sent $10. Hot take.
Zed.
The new crew on the show likes referencing old Golden Age cartoons from the 30s and 40s to the point where it's just Nick's version of Looney Tunes cartoons.
I mean, SpongeBob is their Mickey Mouse or Bugs Bunny, basically.
Attila Vidadeed sent $3.59. Dopey DCK and Plankton and the Beanstalk is another 15-minute/7-minute duo.
Interesting. Okay, well then for 7 minutes, Plankton and the Beanstalk sounds pretty good, especially. Okay, my friend Patty. SpongeBob befriends a sentient Krabby Patty whose only wish is to be eaten. I just burped a little bit thinking about that.
SpongeBob.
No thank you. I don't need that. Fun believable. Rube. Oh, Rube is amazing. Right? It's that guy, I think. Yeah, I like that guy. He was in the 20th anniversary special. And in I think an episode in season 10. If I'm thinking of the right character. Rube hosts an episode of Fun Believable Facts with Rube, where he explores little-known oddities and attractions around Bikini Bottom. We'll give it. We'll give it a good. We'll throw that out there. If it's that guy, then I like that guy. This one sucks. Uh-oh. Unless you're talking about my friend Patty. That might be a SpongeBob. Interesting. Oh gosh. He was in No Pictures Please in season 11. That's the one.
Pronavro 6,370 cent $2. Mr. Enter did a review on Funbelievable 2 years ago.
Wow. Time flies. Okay. Yeah, good. Sure. Why not? I like that guy. Spatula of the Heavens. SpongeBob embarks on an epic journey to have his beloved spatula reforged by the legendary Guru Grease Trap. That sounds good to me. That sounds really good to me. I like that. Although I've been playing a lot of Terraria lately, so he should have just gone to the Goblin Tinkerer. I mean, that's really all it takes. Or you can go to the Shimmer and Shimmer Forge it. That sounds like nonsense to everyone else. Gary's Playhouse. SpongeBob builds a snail house outside for Gary to play in. Meh. It's a Gary episode, so it's probably not actually that good. Swimming Fools. SpongeBob builds a pool in his backyard, and Squidward tries to resist taking a dip. A classic Squidward tries to resist something episode. I could see it being good. I like that formula. It works for me. The Goob Father. Mr. Krabs must reckon with the Goob Father after he adds patty whips to the menu at Krusty Krab. Patty whips. What is a patty whip? Is it like ice cream with a Krabby Patty? Because that does sound like a crime. Like, that's fair. I don't know. Godfather parodies are pretty played out at this point. I think that's a
SpongeBob.
At Epic Gamer 127th, the Hedgehog 2 cent $4.99. Gary's Playhouse has the end reference "Help Wanted."
Why? For what reason? Weird. Okay. Squidward. Squidward gets left with a mess when SpongeBob and Patrick use carrier clams to send messages to each other. Oh, this is a poop episode. Okay, great.
SpongeBob.
At Ethanland 3055 cent $2, do an off-the-cuff Pee Wee Herman impression.
Ethan, why do you hate me so much? I have to ask, why? I can't. I didn't watch Pee Wee Herman. He's like, her. I don't remember. How does he's like, crack is whack. I don't know. SpongeBob. That sounds more like Steve-O. Hey, man. No, that's okay. All right, let's move on. Allergy attack. After cooking his gazillionth Krabby Patty, SpongeBob believes he's developed. Oh, let me do this. He's developed an allergy to them. I mean, is this not just like fear of a Krabby Patty, but with allergies? I'm assuming there's a dumb ending to this one too, where it turns out like he was allergic to the cookie in his pocket the whole time. Also, it looks like Sandy Help Us is a record low with 0.08 million viewers. Yikes. Yeah, that's just
SpongeBob.
Almost done. Almost done. Big top flop. When the circus comes to town and steals his customers away, Mr. Krabs tries to sabotage the show. Nah. Nah. I don't know. Something about... I just imagine Mr. Krabs is really annoying. Or like he's seen as the protagonist for some reason.
At Ethanlin 3055 cent $2, SpongeBob, Puketrick, Mr. Krabs, and Squidmark.
Thank you for that. Gosh. I'm giving it a
SpongeBob.
premise. Big Top Flop is actually really, really fun. Well, that's good. When Mr. Krabs is written well, I think like something like this could be really good.
Allergy attack ends with SpongeBob finding out it was Squidward's perfume causing his allergic reaction.
Shocker. Whoa, careful with that spoiler. Whoa. All right, Sandy, help us. Sandy spends the day solving everyone's issues only to return home to her own monster of a problem. Isn't this overbooked? But Sandy. I don't know. We'll give it a meh. I think the Sandy is definitely a competent character compared to everyone else. Like, I think having her be like the voice of reason, going around fixing things, like that sounds all right. But I don't know. Also, this monster of a problem concerns me at the end. Like, is it like Frankendoodle? Is it Nosferatu? Is it a Camp Coral character? Wait, it is with the Camp Coral? It's Camp Coral Narwhal? Oh. Okay. Well, all right then. It's the Hillbilly Narwhal. Huh. This looks like an interesting season. I'm not gonna lie. Curiosity is peaked. But okay.
Natasha 5,581 cent $5. Hi guys, announcement leaked. I will be doing an every episode of Thanks for Tuning In.
Thanks for Tuning In is my favorite show. Obviously. Okay. Now. Let's throw this down here. Let's get the tier list up. This might be too many things covering the screen. I think we're gonna maybe get rid of the PyCon for the moment. Would there be riots in the street if I did that? Oh, we have fan art too. I forgot to show off the fan art. Oh gosh. Hang on, we gotta do that before we get into things. If I can find the PyCon on my thing. Here we go. Goodbye, PyCon. Goodbye, Krabby Patty. All right, so. And remember, all of those were just vibe reviews. This is not official reviews. These are just judging a book by its cover type things. So, give me a second here to adjust some things. And then we will get to it. Oh, I guess in the meantime, let me put the fan art up on screen. We have fan art from the Egg Fan. Boom. Who said that the SpongeBob voice filter sounded like Venom, so they drew a Scum Venom.
I am Venom. Scuminum.
The announcement's at the end of the stream. Not yet. Okay. Yeah, just give me 1 second. I'm trying to... My OBS is cut off. I can't exactly see everything I need to see, which is a problem. There we go. Do that. And do that. Okay, cool.
Natasha 5,581 cent $5. Scuminum. Pie guy, what could this mean?
Oh gosh, me and Shadow like to meme on the Eminem song that he wrote for the Venom movie. He wrote a song and it's just like, he got that momentum, you got that venom. All right, so let's get that having clear
At
Oh, no,
Ethanlin
let's not do that.
3055 sent $2. Did you see my email?
Maybe. Again, I'll be honest. My email is for it's for fan art. It's for like legitimate questions that are important to things, like business reasons.
At Swellstuff
And that's it. It's not generally a place to just like chat or send me random things. So I probably saw it, but if it was like a game or something or a video that I should watch, I'm sorry, I probably didn't see it. Or I mean, I saw the email, but I didn't watch the thing. Okay. How does this all look? Is this... Let's do this. Do that. My OBS is still, like, cut off, and it's stuck in a full screen mode. I legitimately can't see what's on the right of the screen, which is kind of a problem. The right of the stream screen. And I can't... Apparently, there's nothing I can do about... Oh, wait, here we go. Here we go. If I zoom out and scroll over. Here we go. Boom. Okay, so this is not good enough. This has to be more over like that, I guess. But I can't. Make chat smaller. I did set this up, and now it's all like out of whack. Okay, we'll just do it like that. How's that? And we can make chat a little bit. There we go. There we go. Beautiful. Okay. Let's go. So, Season 10. This is it, guys. This is the last SpongeBob review that I've ever done in my whole time on the YubTub. So, there's a lot that... there was kind of a lot to do with this. As I've said before, originally I was considering stopping at Season 9, but because Season 10 was so short, I'm like, let me just keep going, you know? Let me just do Season 10 and then try to keep going from there and hope that the momentum will continue on. But as a lot of people noticed, by this season I was pretty burnt out with SpongeBob. I was just kind of tired of it. You know, I was tired of watching it. I was tired of talking about it. I was tired of hearing about it. And I was just kind of sick of it. But I still tried my best to give the best reviews that I could give. At the time, I did try as much as I could. But this video did not do very well for me for a few reasons. Like, it didn't get a lot of views at the time. It's since kind of gone up in views since then. But it also, a lot of people just kind of said that, like, they didn't feel like the reviews were good, or like they just didn't like it or whatever. And so when I saw all of that, I kind of agreed with it. Like, I didn't rewatch the video, but a lot of people said that, and like the truth is, yeah, I was burnt out, and also there was a lot of things in Season 10 that I remember being distinctly split on with my reviews. Should I give it a meh or a
SpongeBob,
or should I give it a good? Like, I was very split with a lot of my decisions, and I think the biggest thing is I felt a lot of pressure from a lot of people out there to give certain things, like you're being too hard on the episodes, Pie Guy, or you're being too easy on them, or that episode was clearly good, or this, whatever. I felt a lot of pressure, and I do still feel like I kind of let all of it get to me. I needed to take a bigger break, and
Atasha 5,581 sent $5. Fun fact, your S10 vid has 311k views, and it's more viewed than your 9B review as of right now.
Yeah, that's awesome. It has since rose in views, and it's something I've learned that all of the every episode reviews, they generally do well in the long run. So I shouldn't get discouraged.
Sent $1.99. Some Season 10 episodes could get re-reviews.
Fair. Yeah. So, all that said, I kind of felt a lot of external pressure. I felt pressure to get the video done, and whenever I can't come up with like a rating, when I'm like stuck on like, well, how do I really feel about this episode? It puts a lot of pressure because it means that I can't keep going with the video. Like, I can work on other parts of it, but I can't finish the thing. I can't move on to the editing step until I've solidified all these reviews. So it's like, um, it's tough. It's tough, and so at a certain point, I have to just say like, nope, my feelings, like, screw it. I'm going with this. Like, meh, that bit, boom. But that doesn't always reflect like a great review because sometimes it just needs more time to be thought about. Anyway, um, all that being said, I have not seen this video since then, and so I don't know. Maybe I'm too harsh on it. Maybe I've let people's opinions of this video kind of get me down in the same way that I let people's opinions of the episodes influence me as well. So, I've seen some clown on the Feral Friends one. Oh boy, I don't remember what my review of it was. I do remember the episode pretty well, but interesting.
At Nick Scotland sent $5. Would you be willing to watch the episode, A Fish Called Sandy from season 16 at the end of the season?
Thank you for the super chat. That's the episode that is trying to emulate the season 1 art style, right? I've not seen the episode. I've seen like clips. I've heard of it. No, I don't think we need to be rewatching episodes at the moment. But yeah, it certainly is something. It certainly is something. Okay, so with all that, let's just get into this. But yeah, I guess I just wanted to make that very clear that I've said things about this video in the past. I've said things. It's not that I like didn't care. Like, it's not that I was just like, I'll just give these episodes whatever. It's just that, yeah, I think I like, the truth is I just needed a long break from SpongeBob. And hey, guess what? I've had a long break from SpongeBob. So let's go. Also, I made sure this is the version of the video that has the ending trimmed off. We can talk about that when we get to the end. Let's do this. Video, I will have spent 6 years. Oh, wait, hang on. It helps if we start from the beginning.
Are you ready, kids?
Hey guys, PIEGUYRULZ here, and welcome to every episode of SpongeBob Season 10 reviewed. As of this video, I will have spent 6 years reviewing 10 seasons.
$5. Is this video the one with the cut ending?
I just mentioned it is the cut ending. We're not playing that. I'll tell you guys what the original ending was, but yeah. Of SpongeBob. By now, of course, I'm sure you get the drill. I have a pretty large backlog of SpongeBob-related videos if you want to hear me elaborate on any of the topics I talk about in this season-long review. Additionally, I launched my very first non-SpongeBob Every Episode Reviewed project in every episode of Teen Titans Reviewed, so check that out if you haven't yet. And as always, if this video is too long for you, or you just want to skip around to any individual review, there are timestamps in the description that you can... Oh yeah, the 3.0 PyCons. I remember them being jarring after I was so used to the second editions. Yeah. I toyed around with changing them for the Fiona and Cake video, but honestly, I just didn't have the time. I'm like, if I update these, if I change them, that's just gonna add so much production time to everything. So I didn't do it. And I really like the PyCons that Kuro did. I think I've decided to retire a few of them that I feel like don't really they worked in the previous style, but not as much in the current style. But yeah. You can click on to skip around in this video. I went into season 10 completely blind, not having seen anything before working on this video. And really, the only thing I have to do to set up this season is just say that it is indeed a shorter season. The shortest season that SpongeBob has ever had at a mere 11 half hours. This is still a side effect of the SpongeBob second movie taking up so much production focus that not only did it disrupt season 9, but it also shortened season 10. Look at that. The long and short of it is indeed a shorter season. One of my running hypotheses about this show is that it got really bad when Nickelodeon ordered more episodes per season, going from 20 half hours for the first 5 seasons to 26 half hours in season 6. Technically more than that even if you count the extended cut of Truth or Square. But yeah, I've always thought that has contributed to SpongeBob's downfall because the more episodes you have to produce, the less attention the people that are overseeing the entire season can pay to each individual episode. So, is season 10 the best season of SpongeBob yet? Oh, come on, you know the answer to that one. But it's entirely possible that season 10 is indeed a good season. Let's dive in and find out. Episode 205A, Whirly Brains. SpongeBob and Patrick fly their brains into a cranky old man's yard. This episode was horrible. This episode was so bad. Oh gosh. All right.
I'm going to start off by talking about the biggest strength in this episode, and that is its visual presentation. This episode looks great. There are so many great faces that the characters make, and everything seems to be exaggerated and kinetic in a really good way. It reminds me of Fear of a Krabby Patty, because this episode does look visually distinct even from
the guy on the penny.
That's me.
The rest of the episodes in the season. The bad news is that, by and large, that's the only nice thing I have to say about this episode. The other cool thing, of course, is that Mr. Krabs and Mrs. Puff are on a date, and they acknowledge the fact that their relationship hasn't really been acknowledged in about 16 years. But other than that, I very much did not like this episode, for a number of reasons. Firstly, it falls into the category of something like Wigstruck or Slide Whistle Stooges, where the episode is focused on one thing, and they just don't do enough with it to make it justify the full 11 minutes. And it's sad too, because Whirly Brains are obviously a stand-in for drones, and there's a lot that you can do with drones, like flying them into places where a person can't normally go. Maybe they could have had SpongeBob and Patrick fly way above the surface or something. That's just a random thought. They didn't have to do that, but what I'm saying is that there are other ideas here that they could have gone with, but instead they go with the usual stuff of SpongeBob and Patrick annoying Squidward, causing havoc in Bikini Bottom, blah blah blah. And then let's talk about the comedy. This episode feels like it has kind of dumbed down comedy. Yes, it does have those great faces, but it feels like those faces are supposed to be the bulk of the jokes here. And then there's also gross out humor. The farty noises are kind of dumb, but I didn't find them to be too gross or anything, but the diaper gag actually genuinely made me shudder. Patrick puts a diaper inside of his head and eye sockets and says it feels squishy. Ugh. They make all sorts of puns about how they've lost their minds. It feels easy and lazy and just not very funny. I don't mind gross out humor and silly faces in moderation, but when that's the bulk of the episode, it really just feels dumbed down. Oh, and SpongeBob and Patrick spend the bulk of this episode with their eyes missing and their craniums opened up, and it's really just unsettling to see. Having the characters be off-model, that
As someone who has interacted with a lot more diapers at this point in my life, I can say that that only gets grosser.
much for so long is one thing, but having it be a kind of unpleasant design for that much of the episode is way too much. Additionally, it's one of those episodes where SpongeBob and Patrick spend about half the time just giggling and laughing to themselves. That alone is usually kind of annoying, but when you combine it with the fact that there just really aren't any good jokes in this thing, makes me feel like I'm watching a bad sitcom with a laugh track. The characters should not be laughing more than I am. And lastly, I just don't really understand what they're going for with this episode. It seems like it's some sort of satire about stupid fads, how if you get addicted to them, you can lose your mind in the process, which in and of itself is not a bad message. It's one that many shows have gone with before. The problem is that instead of parodying, like, I don't know, fidget spinners or something that is genuinely something you can get addicted to that is just waste.
Fidget spinners! Remember fidget spinners? Oh dear.
Your time and requires no skill or thought, they decided to pick drones, which are not a dumb hobby. Drones are something that actually requires some amount of skill.
Not past guy dunking on fidget spinners for no reason.
There's something that requires maintenance, and you can do really creative things with them. Drones are not just some dumb hobby that'll rot your brain. I think in a lot of cases, they can be a very healthy outlet. I don't know if this episode is trying to say that drones are a waste of time, but with all the jokes that they put in there about losing your mind, it definitely seems like that's what they're trying to say. So either they accidentally included this anti-drone message, or their moral here is just completely off base. So on pretty much all levels, I think this episode fails. It is the first
SpongeBob
of season 10. Lackluster comedy, tons of giggling, uncomfortably off-modeled characters, a really disgusting moment, and a really confusing message. Unfortunately, it puts the season off to a bad start. Oh, and fun fact, Ed Asner guest stars as the angry old-timer, who honestly didn't leave much of an impression.
Wow. Okay, wow, I forgot about this transition. I thought that was actually a really good review. Honestly, I'm willing to put that in upper crust. If I could also see A tier, but I actually think I explain everything pretty well. I don't repeat myself too much. I like that review. I mean, we gotta talk about, like, first of all, what happened? Oh, here we are. First of all, I love this slide layout. I think I did a really good job with this one. The chalk outline of like the text and just how like it's different images and they're kind of like faded in and like the pattern in the background, like all of it I think works really nicely. And it's all very easy to read on top of a lot of the older slide designs. Like they look good aesthetically, like the idea of them is good. It's just that they're a little hard to read if they're small, like the colors are too close together. But yeah, I think this one works in terms of being very readable as well as being very like aesthetically nice. And then talking about that transition, I don't know what this is based on, but the transition is
Season
cool,
10.
and I love the chalk outline. Like, yeah, it's pretty cool. I guess in hindsight, I probably would have erased a little bit of the edges of some of the pictures too. I don't know.
$3.59. The part in Little Yellow Book that implies Patrick eats full diapers thrown in dumpsters is worse than the diaper gag in Whirly Brains emo.
Does it? I don't remember that part of that episode. Does it show him doing that, or is it just a vague implication? Because I feel like showing the diaper is worse, personally. But the custom eraser transition is pretty cool too. Yeah.
Bad start.
Did not remember that.
Fun fact: Ed Asner guest stars
Also, when doesn't Ed Asner play an old man?
as the angry old timer, who honestly didn't leave much of an impression. Episode
Yeah, that's pretty cool. I like that.
205B.
6,370 cent $5. You didn't do a commentary for this review unlike 8, 9A, and 9B.
Yeah. Again, I think kind of the 1-2 punch of the Teen Titans video and this video not doing well made me kind of be like, I don't know. I don't know if I should keep doing this.
The iFanatic 5,118 cent $4.99. Could have said that this is the second time we started off a season with a SpongeBob episode. Good scum transition though, I call it the Scum Moon.
Yeah, Scum Moon's pretty cool.
At Tazinbor 3,913 cent $1.99. Happy 6-7 day. Also Atlo is disturbing personally.
I don't know what your crusade against Avatar The Last Airbender is, but I find it kind of amusing, so you know. Let's see. Okay. Let's keep going.
Mermaid Pants. SpongeBob, Patrick, Squidward, and Mr. Krabs play Mermaid Man and Barnacle Boy. So this is the Mermaid Man and Barnacle Boy episode of the season. It seems like in order to keep the tradition alive, they've basically decided to make SpongeBob and Patrick play as these characters. My favorite gags in this episode are the fact that this security guard who looks like a frail old man turns out to just be ridiculously buff, and Squidward's random Bond villain impression. Those two got laughs out of me, but the rest of the episode didn't. But hey, there have been episodes that I've called good with only 1 or 2 laughs in them. That alone is not enough to disqualify this episode from being good. However, rating this season puts me in a weird position. This episode, very intentionally so, calls back to the very first Mermaid Man and Barnacle Boy, with SpongeBob and Patrick pretending to be these characters.
This was another thing that was just tough too, is just like 10 seasons into a show, and it's like, how much do I hold it against them that they're repeating themselves at this point? And then like, am I lowering the standards? You know, like, is it consistent with my early season reviews with the standards and everything? I don't know. There was just a lot of things that by the time of season 10, it's just like really, things had gotten really tricky. And I mean, again, a part of this is I spent so many years reviewing these shows that like, I feel like my tastes have changed and everything. So I don't know.
Quote-unquote fighting against Squidward. And on the one hand, this feels like the show is paying tribute to some of its roots. But then on the other hand, it really just kind of feels like we're retreading territory.
How did I know he was doing a Bond villain impression if you hadn't seen any James Bond movies at the time? Pop culture osmosis. Yeah, really, like that has been parodied a lot. Just all over the place, you know?
I've seen before. Mermaid Man and Barnacle Boy 1 is the most obvious connection, but both Shuffleboard
9419 became a member. At Noxa 9419 celebrates 1 month of membership. Where would you rank this SpongeBob transition? I like the concept.
I think it's pretty high. It might be like my second favorite. I don't know. I kind of like the season 5 one maybe the most. It's simple but effective. I also like the season 9 one. I think the season 8 is the weakest one, although it's still got its own merits. And Patrick Man also have the premise of SpongeBob and Patrick, or just Patrick, trying to be superheroes and causing a bunch of harm. The problem is that I think this episode's execution of that idea is okay. I don't think that it's great, but I don't think that it's bad either. Bringing Mr. Krabs and Squidward in to be villains in this pretend game is a good idea, but I feel like it would have been better if the characters were more into their roles from the start. It feels like the first part of this episode is just super disconnected from everything after it, and it feels like they waste too much time on setting up why Mr. Krabs is pretending to be this villain and trying to give him a motivation by robbing a bank and all of that stuff, when there really should have just been more time spent just having the characters play out this scenario. And for that reason, I'm gonna give it a very high meh. I do think that this episode has a good idea in there, and it's okay to watch. I just feel like I've seen this too many times already, and the twist on it is not used to its full potential. If you like it, I totally understand, but I just don't think it crosses that threshold. It's not original enough, it's not funny enough, and the core concept is not pushed far enough. Also, fun fact, Mr. Krabs is a comic book collector. At first, I thought this was kind of a weird place to take the character, but it does make sense considering you can collect comic books and some of them can be worth a lot. And it's a nice way to have something tie back to Mr. Krabs' main character trait while expanding his interests a little more. Does it seem a little out of character for him? Kind of, but not too badly so. Episode 206. I don't love that review. I have a I'm not the biggest fan of when I say in a review, like, I could see how someone would like this. Like, I just feel like that's redundant. Like, it kind of goes without saying for a lot of these. It is a weak fun fact as well.
Magic Mikey 49 cent $10. I didn't think your season 10 video was that bad. I thought every video in the series since season 4 was really good. SpongeBob super chat.
Well, thank you so much. Thank you for the nice super chat, and thank you for thinking that as well. So far, anyway, this has definitely not been a disaster season reviews. Yeah, I think it gets a C tier though. Like, I don't think that was a great review, but I don't really think there was a whole lot wrong with it. I know a lot of people just disagree with the opinion, but yeah, I think a B is fine. A. Unreal estate. After Squidward convinces SpongeBob he is allergic to his pineapple, the two tour houses. This episode is not the most original out there. We've seen SpongeBob and Patrick move away in an episode last season, and Squidward has either moved away or tried to move away a few times. But despite that, it does do something different, because the story is—
You can tell there was a lot of cuts, because again, with a lot of these, some of these reviews, I was really having a hard time making up my mind about how I felt about some of this stuff.
Mostly about A, Squidward tricking SpongeBob into getting out of his house, and B, the two of them touring houses. It's a little different from when SpongeBob just moved into the—
$5.
I'm referencing a lot of episodes
that
here.
last super chat. I do still think your seasons 1 to 3 are weaker than season 10. I don't think anything will beat that lol.
That's completely fair. Krusty Krab, or into the garbage behind the Krusty Krab. So it definitely does its own thing, but I wouldn't say that story is necessarily the strong point of this episode. After all, the ending is just so dumb. Why is the house a rocket ship? I mean, obviously there's gotta be some twist on it. It can't just be this perfect house that Squidward gets, but why a rocket ship? That was never foreshadowed, that was never hinted at. There wasn't even like a joke early in the episode about rocket ships or any sort of explanation as to why this is here. It just seems really
Sandy's rocket?
But despite that, I enjoy the comedy in it, especially in the first half. There's some good bits with the hose, some good bits with Gary fighting Squidward, and some good stuff with Squidward and the pepper grinder. Additionally, once they start looking for houses, the joke where SpongeBob's opening title sequence is changed based upon the houses he's looking at is definitely not an original one. After all, it was done in Truth or Square, but it's still a gag that made me chuckle. And I really like the physical comedy of Squidward getting smashed in the head with the house drawers. The comedy isn't amazing or anything, but it definitely gives a little bit more of an effort than some other episodes around the same time.
And that $3,913 $1.99. It's hard for me to forgive Zuko and Iroh. Crime is crime.
I don't understand why you want to talk about Avatar so much. I don't know. I don't get it. I mean, Avatar's also a show about like redemption and earning, being a doing better. but okay.
That effort does lead to a few laughs. It's a meh episode. It is a different take on a familiar topic, but the story does fall flat in places like at the very end, and a few good jokes aren't enough to save this one. But it's an okay episode. Whoa!
I feel like that was just a really wishy-washy review. I think I'd give it a D, to be honest. And, like, not in, like, a, like, oh, there's some good things, some bad things. It just kind of feels like I don't know how to make up my mind on the episode. I'd give it a D.
581 cent $5. And the truth or square obsession for Pie Guy continues. This will be this stream's running gag.
What is everyone... listen. Did I really mention truth or square? Oh, I did, because of the intro gag. Listen, love it or hate it, it's an influential SpongeBob episode, all right? D or C. Oh yeah, this is Patrick meme face PyCon. Yeah, I think I'm okay with D tier on that one.
Mama, everyone stay calm. We have a 206B, code yellow. SpongeBob pretends to be a doctor. Oh boy, when this episode started, I was getting flashbacks to Demolition Doofus and to the not-so-great beginning of the Two Faces of Squidward. The thought of SpongeBob being a doctor, operating on Squidward, sounds like it could make for a really disturbing and unpleasant episode. Fortunately though, this episode is actually quite different from Demolition Doofus and a lot of the other episodes where SpongeBob ignorantly causes a lot of harm to people. See, ordinarily, SpongeBob does wacky things and a ton of people get hurt, often leading to an unhappy and bad ending for Squidward or Mrs. Puff or the random townfish or whoever. But in this case, the episode does a great job balancing SpongeBob doing harm and SpongeBob helping people. He does help Mrs. Puff puff up again, even though he does it by basically doing an impromptu boating lesson in the hospital.
You guys gotta admit, this fun fact is pretty awesome, right? Squilliam cameos in this episode has a nose. Technically true, it's just...
He helps the guy with the real version of the disease that the guy in Chocolate with Nuts was making up be able to walk and run again, even though it's backwards and even though SpongeBob runs him over later. And even though he does perform some pretty weird body modifications on Squidward without his consent, in the end, Squidward is happy with the result, even though he loses all of his limbs in the process. It's chaotic and dark enough for it to be funny, but yet not too dark so as to be unpleasant, or make it seem like SpongeBob is actively being malicious. The episode strikes a great balance, and it's actually quite fun to see SpongeBob's weird solutions and him trying to perform surgery with a spatula. They get a lot of really fun gags out of that. It's different, it's not too dark, it's funny, it's fun, it's a good episode. Also, fun fact, Squilliam cameos as a nose in this episode. So
I once sent $9.99. Can you say
Whoa, guys.
Skibidi Toilet in the SpongeBob voice?
Skibbity toilet.
Oh my gosh.
Attila Vidadeed sent $3.59. Code yellow is decent for me, but I cringed at any parts with 4/4 bags as I am supremely squeamish around those.
IV bags, they mean. That's fair. Scum fact.
Natasha 5,581 sent $5.
Oh my gosh.
Scum fact, Pie Guy cameos as a square. In the truth
Pie
or
Guy
Square
cameos as a square.
episode.
That's kind of a funny idea, doing a scum fact. Either having some of them be fun facts and some of them be
Scum facts.
depending on whether or not like it's actually a good fact or not. Or I could do the
ScumBob.
episodes having
Scum facts.
after they transition from normal fun facts. I that's kind of funny. I like that. Okay. Oh gosh. Legs are falling asleep. Here we go. Let's keep going.
for all you Squilliam fans out there, I guess they haven't completely forgotten about him. Episode 207A.
I thought that review was okay. I could see it being either a B or an A tier. I don't think there was anything wrong with it. I think I explained pretty well. I think actually A tier. I explained pretty well what why it works when other episodes don't that are similar.
Natasha 5581 sent $5. Naming it a scum fact for a SpongeBob episode would spoil the rating to emo.
No, it wouldn't be labeled as that.
For SpongeBob.
episodes. It would just be labeled whether or not the fact itself was fun or
Scum.
you know, it wouldn't just be scum for every
ScumbBob.
episode. Okay, anyway. Gosh. Oh, Mimic Madness. All right, let's see how I do with this review.
Mimic Madness. SpongeBob loses his identity after becoming addicted to mimicry. This episode is awful.
Oh no.
And those were my impressions of the French narrator and Squidward. I hope you enjoyed them because I'm not doing the rest of the review like that. Don't be silly. Anyway, people cite Mimic Madness as the standout episode of season 10. And for good reason, this episode is truly fantastic. First and foremost, this episode fully utilizes the talent that the show has behind it. I'm of course talking about Tom Kenny and the fact that he can do many, many amazing voices. I don't think this episode would have been nearly as great as it is if it didn't have Tom Kenny doing the mimicking. A weaker show would have had the voice actors for Sandy be speaking for SpongeBob's imitation of Sandy, and the voice actor for Squidward voicing SpongeBob's impression of Squidward, etc., etc. But this show didn't have to do that because Tom Kenny is just that talented. And part of the fun of the episode is just hearing his awesome impressions. In fact, I wonder if this episode was a test for Nickelodeon to see if anyone would notice if they replaced the entire voice cast with just Tom Kenny. But seriously, that aspect...
Don't be silly, Pie Guy. They'd never do that. They'll just do AI at this point.
Of the episode just makes it all the more fun. And in terms of comedy, there's some good gags in here. The guy yelling at the kids to eat their patties, Patrick's deranged animation when he does the SpongeBob laugh, and SpongeBob saying that he's a freak while imitating Plankton, causing him to go, "Hey," are all things that made me laugh in this episode. And then let's talk about the story. I have negatively responded to SpongeBob trying to be dramatic in the past. I think that generally that is not one of the strong suits of the show. But I have to say that this episode very much pulled off the drama perfectly. It was the right amount of taking the story seriously while also still having gags and not feeling like it was being too dramatic or more dramatic than it had any right to be. But I do genuinely feel bad for poor SpongeBob and am very much invested in the story and want things to be okay, but yet it does not overstep its bounds as a silly comedy show. It's also another one of those episodes where most of the cast comes together to help SpongeBob. It's very rare that most of the main characters are on the same page trying to achieve a singular goal. So to see almost the full main cast there and ready to help, including Plankton, is always a very pleasant thing to see. And even though Gary is left out, he is still impersonated in the episode, so it's not like he's completely missing. And I love the way that this problem is solved. I love seeing the other characters try to imitate SpongeBob. And it's kind of funny that Tom Kenny is really good at impersonating everyone else, while everyone else kind of struggles to do the SpongeBob voice and laugh. Oh, and the song is great. It has great visuals to go along with it. It's a great tune in and of itself, and it definitely sells the dramatic part of the episode. And I mean, you could compare this to any number of other episodes that have kind of similar ideas.
You don't have
going
to, though.
on. Face
Fast
Freeze
guy. You don't
is
have
not
to.
too different an episode from this one in terms of structure and story, but this episode has a lot more going for it. And there's plenty of other episodes where SpongeBob loses his identity, but surprisingly enough, I think that this might be the most powerful version of that tale. Seeing a character that is so iconic for certain traits, but yet very different in different episodes, struggle with his identity kind of feels natural in a very meta way. I know this review may not have been the most original and might end up mimicking a lot of other people's opinions out there, but it's just bound to happen when you have an episode this great. It's certainly a good episode. Fun fact, Bubble Stand.
Oh, wow, I put the reflection in the mirror. Oh, that's crazy.
And is referenced when SpongeBob brings it around town for the first time in 18 years. And much like some other episodes, this one definitely goes into overload when it comes to referencing characters' catchphrases. SpongeBob and everyone else says, "I'm ready." SpongeBob's imitation of Plankton includes an "I went to college." SpongeBob says, "Good morning, Gary." Mr. Krabs says, "I've seen it before." And then there's the "bring it around town." If they could find enough material to make this a 22-minute long episode, this could have been a really fantastic way to end the entire series.
581 cent $5. How about we have a stream goal for you to sing one of the SB songs?
No.
Because in a way, it does kind of feel like a swan song for SpongeBob. 207B.
I think that might be upper crust. Definitely not my best review, but good references to like you know, acknowledging this is maybe not original, putting the good episode in the reflection. Just a lot of nice little touches to bring it around town. And my referencing of older episodes is not obnoxious, I don't think. Like, I bring up a good point instead of just saying it's like this.
Sucks. Blah, blah, blah.
Okay. If you want to keep giving me money, it's fine. You can continue to say things about Avatar. I don't mind. But you're definitely not convincing anyone. All right, upper crust. Boom.
Housewarming. SpongeBob becomes infested with worms. This episode is jellyfish jam. SpongeBob is okay with one of these animals staying with him, and then a bunch of them move in, play music, get him kicked out of his house, bother Squidward, etc., etc. It's just jellyfish jam again. And I'll be honest, jellyfish jam is already not the best episode. It's also very similar to Sanctuary as well. Additionally, I don't like any of the jokes in this one. Nothing about it screams memorable or interesting. The worms are kind of annoying in the sounds they make, and it's pretty unpleasant to see all of them popping out of SpongeBob, especially when they form his eyes and mouth. I like the way SpongeBob says whoop poo, and how the narrator also has to say whoop poo, and Squidward's line about there being no hugs, but like that's it. I really don't like this episode. And SpongeBob's laughter being the reason that the worms leave is a really weak and sudden ending. It's definitely a
SpongeBob episode.
Not only is this just a shameless ripoff, but they couldn't even make it to the full 11 minutes with this story, and instead had to add a little short starring this obnoxious worm that we just saw ruin SpongeBob's life. I find it really boring. I don't really want to root for this character who just made SpongeBob's life miserable, and it's not funny, especially if you compare it to the other short in which characters do not speak. Reef Blower just blows this one right out of the water in terms of visual storytelling. The main part of this episode is a boring, gross ripoff, and the side short is just dull. And I find it an insult that this episode has to be paired with...
official sent $1.99. Been here since fairly old
Wow,
baby.
that's wow.
Welcome
that's
back.
a long time.
Face emoji.
Thank you so much.
Mimic Madness. Episode 208A.
I think that this may be an A or B tier review. Maybe, I think B tier. I think it's a solid B tier review. For as much as I don't like the episode, I feel like I didn't rail hard enough against it, to be honest. I remember being kind of disturbed by some of the worms there.
$5. Is Mimic Madness one of your favorite episodes of the whole series?
I mean, yeah, honestly, kind of. Like, it's hard because some of the funnier episodes maybe stand out more, but as I said, I think it'd make a good finale. So yeah.
I'm just really bothered by the show. It's saddening.
Okay. That's fine, but like you understand it has nothing to do with anything we're talking about here. Okay. And you've brought this up on multiple streams, so I don't get it, but you know, power to the people. you paid for your time, so here we go. Your comment gets read.
Snooze, you lose. SpongeBob and Patrick pilot a sleeping Squidward so he won't miss his audition. Fun fact, J.K. Simmons guest stars as Maestro Mackerel, in a role that I think is completely wasted. They don't do anything with this character. So this episode is forgettable. We've seen SpongeBob and Patrick inside Squidward before. We've seen a giant Squidward before. We've seen characters have insomnia before. It's like a weird inverse version of slimy dancing. But Squidward piloting around SpongeBob is a lot less creepy than the way Patrick and SpongeBob crawl up inside Squidward here. It's definitely uncomfortable. And comedy-wise, this episode is a dead end. I laughed at the lady exploding randomly after Squidward bumps her, but that's about it. I don't really find Squidward's body awkwardly stumbling around to be funny. I didn't find the freakish lab Squidward to be funny, and none of the other jokes are really notable. The ending of this one is just obvious. Of course, SpongeBob is going to play the clarinet beautifully, or at least manipulate Squidward's brain into playing it beautifully, and then of course Squidward is going to wake up and play it awfully. At this point, it's happened so many times, it's just so obvious. This is a
SpongeBob episode.
And it's funny that snooze is in the title because it's definitely what I want to do while this episode is playing. The story is predictable, the comedy isn't there, and I've seen this all before. 208B.
I think maybe that's a C or a D review. I don't know. I mean, it's tough because it's like how if these episodes are really uninspired, it's like, what am I really supposed to say about them? And how can I not reference older episodes that do similar things? I mean, the answer is just I can't make it annoying. Like me referencing the older episodes is kind of the equivalent of the show referencing the older episodes, in the sense that, like, done a little bit, it's entertaining and interesting, but done too much, it's just repetitive and doesn't really add anything. You know? Um
At Infi Nerdy sent $5. Maybe when episodes go scumbob, the highlight text is put in quotation marks. Also, do you like horror movies?
No, I'm not really big into horror movies. I heard the Backrooms did really well though. Yeah, I think a C or a D. C, 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 D, C. I'm happy with C. Okay.
Krusty Catering. SpongeBob, Patrick, Squidward, and Mr. Krabs cater a fancy party. Firstly, I really love the idea.
Attila Vidadeed sent $3.59. This episode is the origin of the next big meme face meme. It came from LS
I
Mark's
don't know-
review of every SpongeBob
I don't know what you're
episode
talking
when
about.
he
Let
reached
me
this
Google
one.
that real quick. Next big meme face meme? Okay. Okay. Interesting. All right.
Of these characters catering a party. I feel like that framing device is a good one to put these characters in different situations. I doubt that they'll do this, but it would be pretty cool to see Krusty Catering appear in several other episodes as a means to set up some interesting stories. Nextly, I enjoy the structure of this episode. It's kind of like Drive-Thru in that it really doesn't have too much of an overarching narrative as much as it has just a bunch of little stories with each of the characters interacting with these kids at the kids' party and then these fancy people at the fancy party. And along those same lines, I don't think that there's really that many big laughs in this episode, but there's a lot of little things that I very much enjoyed and giggled at. Some of SpongeBob's faces when Mr. Krabs is squishing him with his claw, that one kid's weird obsession with calling Mr. Krabs his dad, Squidward's eyeballs appearing on the lady when he smushes the tray in her face. Oh, and the part at the beginning where the characters are being tormented by the kids' party is also very fun. It would have been great if this episode did have big laughs, but I think some of those quieter, kind of funny moments paired with what is ultimately a very pleasant and enjoyable episode to watch makes this a good episode. There's nothing frustrating or boring going on here. Sure, the kids at the beginning are a little loud, but it's kept within a reasonable limit. And sure, Patrick freaks out, but SpongeBob calls him on it. Their characters all cause trouble in their own unique ways, but there's just something so earnest about how they're really just chasing whatever they believe in. Squidward really wants to play his clarinet with this fancy band. Mr. Krabs definitely wants the money, but he's not trying to just steal it. He is actually trying with this catering thing. SpongeBob's just doing what he's told and trying to make the best of things. And Patrick, of course, gives into his animalistic urges. This is not the first time we've seen these characters hobnobbing with rich, fancy people, but I think that the catering angle makes it unique and fresh. And I have to say, of all those times,
I just don't think I need to say that. Like, I didn't need to mention the other episode, you know? I just feel like it didn't add anything there.
My favorite. Oh, and the kid with the cleats bouncing on SpongeBob is definitely payback for the Strangler. Fun fact, Mr. Krabs' giant check is dated 10/16, which is presumably some date during production. It's also great how this episode builds. As it goes further on, more and more bad things happen, leading to this wild, explosive finale. It's not the flashiest episode, it's not the funniest episode, but it's one I enjoy for the subtle things, and for not being frustrating or annoying in pretty much any way. Although this episode does make me wonder, what happened to the original caterers? I guess I would say there is somewhat of a missed opportunity here in that they start off with the kids' party and then they move up to the fancy people party. It would have been interesting to have some sort of parallel between the way the kids behaved and the way the snooty rich people behaved. The episode's fine without it, but I do think that would have added a little interesting extra layer. 209A.
I don't think that was a great review.
Natasha 5581 sent $5. I noticed you went back to listing some fun facts in this seasonal review.
Yeah, well, people, I don't know, I got a lot of comments from people that said they like when I read out the fun fact, and also because it was a shorter season, I didn't feel like I had to make each review be as short as possible. This is also at the point where I'm like, all right, people want long videos, so sure, you know, I can do that if people want that. Yeah, I think it might be a C or a D tier review. I'm not really sure. The thing is like, I don't know. I feel like defensive. Like I'm too defensive about the episode when it's not even one that like people don't like. I don't know why I feel like, well, yeah, sure this happens, but it's okay. It's okay, guys. It's not that bad that it happens. Like thought it was decent. B. All right, I'll put it in C tier as an average. And then yeah, there was no reason for me to bring up the other rich people episode.
SpongeBob's place. Mr. Krabs gets jealous when everyone gives SpongeBob credit for the Krusty Krab success. This episode is basically just patty hype again, mixed with Bummer Vacation, the Krusty Sponge, and Band in Bikini Bottom. We've seen SpongeBob open a restaurant at his house. We've seen Mr. Krabs realize that SpongeBob is the key to success at the Krusty Krab. We've seen SpongeBob playing Krusty Krab when he's not allowed to be at the Krusty Krab. And this episode does nothing at all to make itself stand out or have its own identity separate from these episodes. Story-wise, it is the same tired thing that I am so sick of seeing. SpongeBob leaves the Krusty Krab and the restaurant goes up in smoke. Literally, and literally pretty much every time they do this. I'm just so sick of it because you know what's gonna happen.
Anonymous person sent $2. Pie gay, you a Stephen King fan?
Pie gay. Happy Pride, y'all. No, nothing against him. I've just never read any of his books.
And every single time SpongeBob gets kicked out, it's just the same thing over and over again. And this story is so strapped for ideas that the conflict of the episode ends, but yet it keeps going. Yes, when Mr. Krabs makes up with SpongeBob and realizes that he does need him, the episode keeps going on. We have to see SpongeBob's place get shut down. We have to see them go back to the Krusty Krab. We have to see this scene of Squidward singing that has nothing to do with anything. And we have to see a scene where Mr. Krabs says that SpongeBob's name is on the sign, which admittedly would have been a cute epilogue to the story in and of itself.
5,581 cent $5. Got a rebrand to PJ for June JK.
Oh gosh, yeah, there's nothing problematic with branding as a gay person, as a straight person. Nothing at all. I mean, I guess technically I'm not the guy on the penny either, so, you know.
When you have a few other scenes in there that are completely superfluous, and then that, it just feels like there's a good few minutes of filler in this episode that is basically a less interesting version of patty hype while ripping off a bunch of other episodes at the same time. The idea of Mr. Krabs being jealous that SpongeBob is basically the key to success at the Krusty Krab is an interesting idea, but choosing to have him send SpongeBob away and running the restaurant completely poorly is just, it's so played out. They could have had Mr. Krabs have some measure of success and basically make him compete with SpongeBob. Maybe they could have had Plankton come in to try—
Ag 23 cent $1.99. I did this so it would pronounce P guy as P guy.
I love that the guy says P guy both times. Oh gosh.
Try to wedge SpongeBob and Mr. Krabs further apart so as to ruin the business. Why not have this be one of the episodes where SpongeBob actually has an ego, which he does have in some episodes, and maybe SpongeBob is cocky and thinks that he doesn't need Mr. Krabs, but the episode is about how Mr. Krabs actually does a good job at running the business. There's ideas that could have sprang off of that initial premise of Mr. Krabs being jealous of SpongeBob's success that could have been really good and interesting and different, but instead they fall back on the same old cliches. And
Natasha 5,581 cent $5. Gay penny, excellent usage of my money.
Thank you for the super chats, guys.
I am sick of it. It's a
SpongeBob episode.
Comedically, I will admit I did like the guy at the beginning that's being overly dramatic, saying that he could die for one of these patties. But otherwise, there's nothing funny in here. The show's been going on for 10 seasons, and yes, some ideas are going to get recycled. That doesn't automatically make an episode bad. But when you have this episode that takes the great episode that is patty hype, distills it, adds in just a bunch of elements stolen from other places, doesn't have its own comedy or style or anything interesting going for it, I have no slack to be cut here. And I'll tell you where SpongeBob's place is. SpongeBob's place is at the bottom of the ocean with the rest of the ScumBob episodes. 209.
C or D, D tier. That didn't bother me as much because it seems like the core of that was just the fact that it was unoriginal. Like it's not that like, oh, this is an episode that is kind of similar in this way. It's like, no, this seems to just be basically like patty hype again. Upper crust, D tier. All right, I think we need a poll. Let's see. I don't think it's upper crust, but boom. Yeah, A, B, C, or D. I don't think it's upper crust, and I don't think it's a SpongeBob review. I like the idea that you're adding different ideas of how to make a better premise, as long as it's not overdrawn for like the jellyfishing special in season 7. Yeah, I've definitely learned that like for as cool as I think my ideas are, you don't want to spend too much of a review saying like, well, they should have done this, or like it would have been cool if they had done this, and then go off on this big tangent. Like I think if it's something that was set up in the episode, I think that's fair. But if it's just like, this is a cool idea that I had, it's like, that doesn't need to be a part of the review, you know? Like some people just don't like that, the fanficky writing of it all, because part of it also makes it sound like I'm mad because the episode didn't do what I wanted it to do or whatever. Like it didn't follow my fan fiction, so it's bad, which is dumb. If either of those was if it was either an upper crust or a
SpongeBob,
it wouldn't need a poll. Exactly. That's why they're not on there. 43% for B tier. I am satisfied with that. Boom. Agreed. The cursed, here's what I would have done, is a pretty bad criticism. Try not to fall into that. Yeah. I mean, I think if it's based on something that happens in the thing, like it's, the SpongeBob's at a crossroads and there's two paths and blah 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 blah, it takes the right path and blah blah blah. Like I think saying like, I think the left path would have been more interesting, like I think that's fine. But to go on and pitch your own like full idea is a bit I don't know.
$5,581 All of your fanfics are wrong. Goodbye, PIEGUYRULZ.
Thank you. How did I feel about the Amazing Digital Circus finale? Well, to be honest, I felt like it was a finale, and it did kind of end things, but in a way that like some people aren't happy with, and other people like it. That's kind of how I feel.
913 cent $1.99. Have you ever used TV Tropes? I love that site.
Yeah. Oh yeah, love TV Tropes. I remember where I was when I realized I had a TV Tropes page, and that was genuinely a big exciting moment for me. Yeah. TV Tropes is cool. Unfortunately, it feels like it's gotten it hasn't been updated as much in recent years. Like I think it's fallen off in popularity. So it's not as much of a wealth of information, but I do love reading it, and I especially always love the Your Mileage May Vary, because I find different people's, like I find controversial things in shows, like things that people disagree on, to generally be the most interesting part of it all. But yeah. Okay. Moving on.
Line B, Plankton gets the boot. After he insults her, Karen kicks Plankton out. Okay, so as far as characters on this show go, I like Plankton. I like Plankton a lot. I think he's actually the most consistently well-written.
Why?
Penis.
Why?
Interesting and funny character on the show. I like Karen as well. I think she's a rare element that really blossomed in the post-first movie era. She adds an interesting dynamic to Plankton, and she can be an interesting character in her own right. And I like Karen and Plankton together. Not really as a couple so much as I just like their banter and back and forth. They're equally snarky, and Karen very frequently does not put up with Plankton's huge ego. She's a good character for him to bounce off of and sometimes assist in his plans. But almost every time they do one of these episodes that's about their relationship, it suffers in the same predictable ways. Every time one leaves the other, we know they're going to get back together at the end of the episode. And it pretty much
sent $2 stream where we pitch episodes and you review them.
Interesting. I think like it's tough to pitch SpongeBob episodes like that, because it's very easy to kind of poo-poo an idea. Like a lot of it is in the execution of the jokes.
913 cent $1.99. Eagleland, Complete Monster, and Apocalypse. How are?
I have no idea what that means, but thank you. You know what I mean? Like, I feel like it's hard. It's hard because I could tell you, like, here's an episode idea where Squidward decides to become an opera singer and he takes opera classes, but as it turns out, Patrick is a brilliant opera singer and they're competing with each other. Like, I could say that,
some of my favorite,
but does it sound good or bad? Yeah. Oh, your favorite tropes on TV tropes. Gotcha. Interesting. That's cool. But you know what I mean? Like, it's yeah. So
always feels like Plankton doesn't actually genuinely
like you
care
could say that's like, oh, that pitch was too close to Choir Boys, or like I could see how Patrick's singing would be annoying. Like you could say that, but it's all in the execution. That's actually an episode. Get out of here. Get out of here. It's not.
About her. He's always using her to get the Patty formula, or seems to be interested in her just because she's there. In this episode, though Plankton does say that she's the most conniving.
5,581 cent $5. No, you'll just be spammed guy on the Penny and Truth or Square episode ideas from me if you did.
Yeah, idea. Truth or Square 2. Tooth or Square.
Person he's ever met and seems to show interest in her, his main goal seems to be getting back into the chum bucket. Because even though they've done this sort of thing a few times now, we've never really had an episode where I personally felt like Plankton actually genuinely really liked Karen and wanted to treat her better. Plankton always goes back to treating Karen awfully at the end of the episode. And much like in SpongeBob's Place, I don't really see this episode.
Madeleine de France sent $3.59. I like the part of this episode when Plankton eyes up SpongeBob to make him his new robot wife, and SpongeBob says, I feel very uncomfortable.
That does sound funny. I think part of it too is
Crash _neon _official sent $2. 2 truth 2 squower.
Squower. I think part of the problem is that, like, the way I described it in this video made it in this review made it sound like this episode is bad because they've done a bunch of episodes like this, when that's not really my point. My point is just that I don't like that all they seem to do with their relationship is just break them up and then get them back together, or like have Plankton not care about Karen. That seems to be like the only thing they know how to do with their relationship most of the time, and it's just
actually adding anything new to that formula. Say what you want about previous attempts, at least Karen 2.0 actually had the new robot to stand out in that episode. And Single Cell Anniversary had the sweet song. But what does this have? SpongeBob dressing up as a girl robot pretending to go on a date with Plankton? He's done something like that in Love That Squid. And the whole reforming Plankton thing could have been really funny and interesting, but the jokes there just aren't very good. And ultimately, it seems like a much, much inferior version of Mermaid Man and Barnacle Boy 3. And of course, primarily this episode feels like a rehash of Single Cell Anniversary, which is an episode that I wasn't even a huge fan of. I already gave you the spiel in SpongeBob's Place about rehashing ideas, so I won't say it again. It's a
SpongeBob episode.
I can understand why someone might like this more than me if they're
thing.
more forgiving on rehash ideas, but personally, I never really thought that this formula worked very well in the first place. If you're gonna go this route, at least make Plankton actually sweet in the end. Sure, it would have been a rehash, but at least it could have been a happy ending. But this episode doesn't even have that. Oh, and fun fact, Karen's new screensaver actually references the classic screensaver, Flying Toasters. Look it up, kids. If there is one singular thing that I can say positively about this episode, it's the continuity overload that happens in the background of one very quick scene. After Plankton moves in with SpongeBob, we see everything from the pizza box from Pizza Delivery to the Pin the Tail on the Seahorse from Party Pooper Pants to Eels and Escalators. There's like 10 or 13 episodes referenced in total. It's great, and I love how it is literally only on screen for a few seconds. It's the...
Do you guys coordinate to send these all at the same time?
When Karen and Plankton argue about their unstable marriage for the entire thing, and there's no jokes, and it's just really depressing.
Woof. Who's afraid of Karen Wolf? Oh dear. SpongeBob just turns into like a really gritty look at a toxic relationship.
913 cent $1.99. Sorry for all the Atla messages. Have a good day all.
No worries. You have a good day yourself. You guys are coordinating. I'm telling you. You wait to send all your super chats at the exact same time.
At Effinland 3055 cent $2, Marmalade Mommy and Bababooey.
Okay. I think it's a D tier review. I don't know. Unless anyone wants to argue with that, I don't think it was a very good review. I think I need to stop referencing other episodes so much.
Atasha 5581 cent $5. I can understand why Pie Guy might be P Guy, but I can also understand why it would be absolutely hilarious.
Absolutely hilarious. C tier, D tier. Yeah, I think I'm happy with D tier
At
on that.
Louis Variety Hour sent $5.67. Hey P Guy, you're my favorite channel of all time, so I sent you some fan art. BTW, I am curious if you've seen the live-action Avatar show.
I have not. My wife saw it. She said it was okay. It just doesn't seem like the sort of thing I would like, to be completely honest. I got burned with the M. Night Shyamalan one, and I'm just not the biggest fan of live-action versions of cartoons, personally, so I just don't think I'd like it. I heard it wasn't, like, a disaster or anything, but, yeah. I'm looking at the fan art now. It looks really awesome. I can't add fan art to this stream, but any fan art you send me, I will show off on a future stream.
383 cent
Just 'cause I have my Gmail open on my other computer.
Opinion on Invincible and the boys?
Invincible's great. I would love it if it didn't have the issues that it had with animation. But I think that a 50-minute action-oriented cartoon is really exciting and awesome and different and fun. I really like Invincible. Invincible is something that I have considered reviewing, doing an every episode reviewed of that. And not just because they're very short seasons, partially because I really like the show. Although it does have some interesting issues and lots of things to talk about. The Boys was a show I really liked. It peaked in season 3, and then season 4 and 5 were a complete mess. That had some positives and were enjoyable in some ways, but the overall storyline really they had no idea what to do. So yeah. All right.
A perfect kind of Easter egg for fans without being distracting in the slightest. Episode 210A, Life Insurance. SpongeBob, Patrick, and Squidward believe life insurance makes them invincible. I don't actually have that much to say about this one. This episode follows in the tradition of classic SpongeBob, Patrick, and Squidward episodes, where SpongeBob and Patrick are doing something, Squidward becomes interested, and then eventually goes overboard with it. The thing that makes this one different than all the others is its heavy use in physical comedy and the set piece of the sushi maker. This is another episode that I think really looks great. Kaz always does a great job with storyboarding, and because of how well animated and designed everything is, the physical comedy here is amplified. But of course, those are not the only jokes. There's a great one where the scene suddenly cuts to a driver that's going out of control, and he just says, "Driving is hard." And it's funny, if only for how random it is. And story-wise, it does follow that classic structure. The idea that SpongeBob and Patrick think that life insurance literally makes them invincible is something that fits right within their characters and is exactly the kind of misunderstanding that they would have. It's nothing flashy, and it does follow along the lines of some really classic episodes that set a very high standard for this sort of thing, but I think that Life Insurance is a good episode. I particularly like the sequence where Squidward goes through the sushi maker. There's some great physical comedy in that. If there's one thing that I don't like, though, it's Mr. Krabs' part in the episode. It's obvious that he's gonna try to cash in on the life insurance thing, and him rooting...
At MediFanatic became a member. At MediFanatic celebrates 1 month of membership. Does this version of the season 10 video have the original unedited ending?
No, it's edited. We'll talk about it at the end.
White question mark emoji. At Magic Mikey 49 cents $7.50.
Thank you for the super chats, guys.
In general, do you prefer 11-minute episodes or longer 22-minute episodes? I prefer the latter since they allow for more complex plots.
If we're talking about in general, just in general in cartoons, I think the 22-minute episodes end up being the more unique and impactful ones that people really like My Fair Mandy or Keeper of the Reaper and Billy and Mandy.
$5. How do you feel about people continuing your season's review of SB? I remember a couple of people doing S11 review in your style after you were done.
I mean, if I've inspired people to do stuff like that, that's great. I definitely don't own the concept of reviewing SpongeBob, and even my whole slide thing is, it's something that I made, and if other people want to use it, that's great. So Good for them. I have no interest in seeing other people's reviews though, personally. But Kaz does not storyboard it. He doesn't, since these are script driven. Oh, that's fair. That's fair. I mean, that's just a phrasing issue, I suppose. But anyway, yeah, no, 22-minute episodes are tend to be really good, but then there's also 22-minute episodes where they have to. It feels like they're filling time in these more comedy oriented shows. Anyway, for SpongeBob, I think I generally like 11. But I actually liked that review. I not like upper crust, but I kind of want to put it in either A or B tier. I said I didn't have a lot to say about it, but the simplicity of the review I think kind of works in its favors. I don't know. What do you guys think? Has the season fared better or worse than season 9B so far in terms of the reviews? Definitely worse than 9B. I don't know if it's any worse than season 9 than like 9A, but I think 9B was really good. Like one of my best reviews, I think, and this is maybe one of the worst so far. A or B, A tier. Okay, I'm happy throwing it in A tier. All right, here we go.
For Squidward to die is predictable and too dark for the character. Not that it'll be the last time it happens this season. Oh, and fun fact,
oh, we weren't done.
Fiasco makes a cameo appearance in this episode, as well as the design for SpongeBob's new boating instructor from the episode Mrs. Puff, You're Fired. It's always cool to see little cameos like that. 210B.
Until it gets distracting. Until it gets distracting. It's always cool until Nosferatu is a major character.
Vehicle out of bubbles. Fun fact, just like in Driven to Tears, Patrick once again has a boatmobile. Although it's not the same boatmobile. One of the most talked about parts in this episode is Mr.
$2, the gay on the poop.
Okay.
Krabs washing his boat while wearing booty shorts and twerking. And honestly, I don't see the big deal here. It's a very, very short scene, and sure, his butt protrudes a bit, but I don't think it's anything really obscene or even really that noteworthy. I didn't find it funny, but I think people are kind of exaggerating a bit. So this is a second attempt
The internet exaggerating? No, they couldn't. They never would.
Giving Mrs. Puff and SpongeBob a role reversal. Since Summer Job was a pretty big flop, I don't really mind them giving this concept another chance. Did this one do it well? It certainly did it better, but they don't exactly devote a lot of time to that part of the episode. On the plus side, I do like the justification for the role reversal, why SpongeBob has to teach Mrs. Puff.
Y'all need Sponge Jesus with these comments in the chat, all right?
And overall, I like the idea of SpongeBob making his own vehicle out of bubbles. It feels like a fun, interesting idea. And it provides some decent visual gags of the bubbles bouncing against each other, Mrs. Puff puffing up in one of the bubbles, and other things like that. That being said, I don't think the episode is very funny, and I do wish that there was maybe more time.
_neon_official sent $2. Rehashed episodes the season apparently.
Yeah, that was kind of my view, a bit.
With SpongeBob teaching Mrs. Puff, as that feels to really be the meat of the episode. I could have done with less scenes of SpongeBob blowing bubble cars for the rest of Bikini Bottom, as not much actually happens in there in terms of story or comedy. All they needed really was just a brief scene showing people demanding these boats and SpongeBob making a bunch of them. Similarly, I would have liked to have been given a reason why Mrs. Puff is not good at piloting these bubbles. I guess the idea is just that because she's so good at driving a traditional boat, she can't adapt to the difference, but it would have been interesting to see them give
I don't know that we needed that, to be honest. It's just a cartoon. She's good at driving. She's not good at driving fictional vehicles, crazy made-up ones.
Sent $5. But what about the jerky Patrick Devil? Is that what you think we currently have?
I think you guys have the bulbous butt disorder.
like a real tangible reason, like maybe her spines pop the bubble cars very easily. It's also interesting that this has "you don't need a license to drive a bubble," which obviously seems to have been inspired by one of the most famous lines.
6,370 sent $5. Is the static transition between slides supposed to be a reference to boat smarts?
No, honestly, I don't know what this was inspired by. I think Feral Friends. But it's possible that it was like Feral Friends and a few other things. I'm not really sure.
from the first SpongeBob movie. All that said, it's a meh episode. I just don't think they pushed the SpongeBob teaching Mrs. Puff thing far enough. There were definitely places where I feel like they could have inserted a lot more jokes, but this one is
3,055 cent $2. I'm eating some Milky Way.
Ooh, enjoy. I'm actually getting kind of hungry now. I'm gonna have to order Taco Bell again.
just a very joke-light episode. It's got some good ideas in it, but as a whole, I can't really call it good. Episode 211A.
All right. I think that's maybe a C tier. I don't think there was anything good or bad about that review. I think again, maybe demanding a reason for Mrs. Puff doing what she does is maybe it doesn't need it, but maybe it does. I don't know. I didn't think it was anything particularly great. Order Burger King. Do you hate me? Do you hate me? Nah, Burger King's okay. I'm just not a big fan of it.
Plankton retires. After a series of failures, Plankton fakes his retirement. The idea of having basically a compilation of a bunch of different Plankton attempts to get the formula is an idea that I love. It's an idea that I love so much that I even proposed this sort of episode back in my nice try video. Granted, I made that video after this episode came out, but I swear I did not see this episode. It just so happened to be a pretty awesome coincidence. And as much as I love the idea of it and that they went through with that, I have to say the execution is kind of flawed.
6,370 cent $5. I was talking about when you go from one episode to the next episode in the review that's screen wipe.
I mean, that's just the eraser, right? I thought you were talking about the electricity or whatever. Yeah, that's just the eraser on the whiteboard. That was the idea.
Atasha
Not the whiteboard, the chalkboard.
5,581 cent $5. The irony that this stream is trying to rehash Guy on the penny in Taco Bell from last
It's not this stream, it's you. You're the one rehashing it. Oh, thank you for the super chat, Wario. I'm waiting for it to be read.
Wario
Here we go.
Stash sent $10. At the time of these episodes airing, people were making videos about scenes like Krabs washing his boat and SpongeBob operating on Squidward with titles like SpongeBob's shocking new scene.
That's classic internet. I mean, I don't know. It's like, yeah, I think the point is to create these big memorable moments, you know? Like I don't know. It's not anything that's like obscene, I don't think.
At 3,055 cent $10. The reason you can get a gazillion nuggets for cheap at Burger King is because their nuggets are made of rat ankles. This comment is more expensive than a 20-piece nugget at Burger King.
Thank you.
Outside of the very first plan, they go through the rest of them so fast, and the rest of them don't really have good jokes either. So as in love as I am with this idea, and I'm happy that they at least tried it, I really don't think they did a great job with it. Though I do enjoy Plankton's first plan. How he has this mechanical seahorse for literally no reason. He just rides it over to the front door of the Krusty Krab and then gets off it. But this montage of Plankton failures only takes up about 4 minutes in the episode. The rest of it is, I hate to say this, but it is.
@Jemmy_INV became a member. @Jemmy_INV celebrates 1 month of membership. You ever do 3 orders of Burger King chicken fries?
No, I can't say that I have. I really don't eat Burger King all that much. I think I suggested it last stream just because of the burger thing, you know, like with the Krusty Krab and everything. I thought it would be on brand, and then everyone was like, "Oh, Burger King's gross," and I'm like, "Yeah, no, I know it is."
Is just New Leaf again and worse. Yes, they do the fake out of Plankton retiring, and they do it in such a half-hearted, weak way. Plankton goes to a retirement home, Krabs and SpongeBob follow, but oh no, it turns out that they're all robots, and Plankton was really trying to steal the formula all along, but SpongeBob and Mr. Krabs are ahead of him. Not only is the main chunk of this episode shortened because of that intro montage, but the end of the episode is padded as well. After we see that they're all robots, we cut back to the Krusty Krab, and then we have a scene of them all fighting over the formula, SpongeBob wondering what happened to the robot duplicates, and then we see the robot duplicates having a good time. I mean, look, I might have my problems with New Leaf, but I will give that episode the credit that at least it committed to the idea of Plankton retiring. This one does attempt to fool the audience, but they don't even.
@Jemmy_INV sent $2. How many super chats to make you eat Burger King?
Burger King is actually good. Chat, make up your mind. Should I order Burger King? I can. I could do it right now, and you wouldn't even know. Actually, I don't have the Burger King app. What would I even get at Burger King though? The Burger King a couple of days ago. I mean, look, here's the thing with fast food stuff. It's all very regional. You know, some places are really bad. Some places are really good. You know, it could be the same food made by the same company, and it's very different. And also as far as like trash taste in fast food, I like Papa John's. All right, obviously not the man, but the food. I like Papa John's pizza. All right, so I know not a lot of people do, but I am one of them. A Whopper, 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 Whopper at BK. Have it your way. You rule.
At Infi Nerdy sent $2. Look up their worst menu items and get those.
Oh my gosh. Should I get the crown nuggets? Just like SpongeBob got the crown? Oh gosh. All right, let's hang on. Let's finish this review.
Bother. On the positive side of things, there is one joke that I do really like.
At
Where
Epic Gamer 127th, the Hedgehog 2 sent $4.99. As I the only one who thinks Burger King has the best burgers. Get a triple Whopper with extra cheese.
All right. If you guys want, I'll just order Burger King right now.
At Ethanlin 3055 sent $2. Order the rat ankle nuggets.
The rat ankle nuggets. Oh gosh.
Bob and Mr. Krabs' old people costumes fall to the ground, and passersby see what looks like beheaded old people.
At Crash_Neon_official sent $2. Order Long John Silver's.
Oh god. No. No fast food seafood, guys. No. Let's see. High C pink lemonade. Strawberry Fanta. Too bad I don't drink soda anymore.
581 sent $5. At P-Guy, have it your way. You rules.
You rules.
People and freak out. Fun fact, the Krusty catering truck actually makes a reappearance in this episode. It's too bad that it looks completely different. So, in a way, I got my wish, but it's not like it really actually matters.
370 sent $2. Get big fish sandwich.
Do they really have... Oh, God. They really do have fish at Burger King. I mean, I'll order it. I mean, I guess I'll eat it, too, but... All right.
Attila Vidadeed sent $3.59. Burger King had their own Xbox game called Big Bumpin' that I think was a bumper car game with the Burger King mascot.
It had 3 games. Sneak King. Big fish. Let me see if my wife wants anything from Burger King.
3055 sent $5. Papa John's tastes like a wet sock.
How dare you, all right?
Wet sock tastes like, you might ask. Because I've eaten Papa John's before.
So rude.
At Jemmy_INV sent $2. This is one of the best bits of all time. I'm proud.
Is it? Ooh, a firecracker cookie pie? I can order a pie. Oh my gosh. I'm sorry, we are getting distracted here. Let's finish this review.
The episode, and they couldn't even get the design right.
It's another 5,581 sent $5. Better idea since these are bad stuff.
Yeah, that's a great idea. Why don't I just starve? I'm trying to order the pie. I don't think I can. Oh, there we go.
At CDCB2 sent $2. You get in Burger King FR, or is that a Whopper?
No, I'm doing it. It's real.
I just cannot stand that they did this idea again. It's already frustrating enough that they tried to fool the audience the first time, but this time, it just feels like a really poor man's version of that. I can't overlook how stupid it is that they just recycled this plot, and how a lot of parts in it just feel fillery. Episode 211B, Trident Trouble.
All right, How was that review? I don't even know. I wasn't paying attention. I'm ordering Burger King. What do we think that got? It's the worst season 10 episode. Oh, that's right. The Plankton retires episode. I think the review was okay. Just as bad as making you watch Truth or Square again. I mean, it's up there. I think it's a either an A or a B tier. I think B tier might make sense. B. Okay, fair. At a certain point, these things make it take forever, and it's more about what's in the message and more than the message being sent. Listen, I understand it might annoy some people, but this is what the stream is, all right? I gotta eat. People gotta send me money. It's just this is just the law of nature, all right? Honestly, if you don't enjoy the super chats and stuff, you could just watch the video later. You know, watch the stream VOD. Like that's totally fine. Then just skip over all of it. Let's see. Yeah, give me like a minute, guys, to order this, and then we will continue on. I guess I can put the BRB up. Burb. I'm gonna throw it to an ad. Nobody freak out. I'll be right back.
At Ethanland 3055 became a member. At Ethanland 3055 celebrates 1 month of membership. Sup my homeschool orgarinos. At Ethanlin 3055 cent $2. Poop 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 poop.
Okay, I am back. Hello. Everyone can hear me, right? Oh gosh. Ahem. I just ordered Burger King. This is gonna be pretty bad. Who knows if it'll get here before the stream is over. But yeah, I ordered the crown the crown nuggets, the horrible fish sandwich, you know, to be and a pie for SpongeBob theme, and then I got stuff for my wife. But yeah. Oh gosh, we'll see how disgusting this is. Check the super chats. I think they got read off, right? I don't think I need to read them. Let me see.
Attila VDD sent $3.59. I sent you another thumbnail to your email for this stream.
Well, thank you. Awesome. Depending on how the rest of the stream goes, I'll probably use it. All right, let's keep going.
SpongeBob accidentally swaps his spatula with Neptune's trident. So, the big thing with this episode is that it uses a version of the narrative device known as a Greek chorus.
Someone became a member? Thank you, Ethan, for becoming a member. Or no, I thought they were already a member. No thank you to you for saying poop 20 times. Oh, gosh. Okay, let's keep going.
Basically, in ancient plays, the Greek chorus served as a way to basically tell the audience certain things. It consisted of a number of different players who essentially offered up commentary on what was happening in the story. Think of them as somewhere between a narrator and a laugh track in terms of modern television. Anyway, without getting too book reporty on you, I really like SpongeBob's take on the Greek chorus.
That's an actually interesting fact, I think.
Basically, they exist to tell us how stupid SpongeBob is and how ridiculous the mistakes he's making are. They don't actually interact with the story or affect it in any way, but their presence is interesting, different, and provides some good laughs. It's also very cathartic to hear characters in the show actually acknowledge how stupid the characters can be sometimes. But aside from that, the episode also has this weird Sorcerer's Apprentice vibe going on when SpongeBob summons all the patties. Having the music be all whimsical, it's a nice little tribute. And the base concept here is actually a really clever one. Having the spatula and the trident be swapped for each other, they look just similar enough for that switch to make sense. And I love seeing Neptune triumphantly present the spatula as he's about to begin a fight. The whole thing is just a great story with a great narrative device, some good laughs in there, and it's a very memorable episode because of the Greek chorus and the trident. It's a good episode. Oh, and dear God, is this episode so much better than the Clash of Triton, especially in King Neptune's
I don't think I need
character.
to say that.
From his inception, he was always kind of a cocky jerk, but the Clash of Triton really turned him into a complete unlikable monster who intentionally makes his subjects' lives miserable. We don't really get to see too much of him in this episode, but he definitely comes off as a lot more likable here. Episode 212A.
I kind of think that's a C tier. I thought the review was decent. Like the Greek chorus is, explaining that is good and helpful. But I don't know. I don't know why I needed to talk about that and bring up other episodes. It's not like his character is like actual character development. It's just different interpretations. Yeah, the reference is not necessary. So I think C tier. Try and misspell. All right. I know. I'm bad at spelling that.
The incredible shrinking sponge. After a freak accident, SpongeBob ends up tiny. So I can definitely say this episode gets a lot of mileage out of its premise. Small SpongeBob fights with an urchin, gets grabbed by some kids, gets to be measured and compared to Plankton, tries to do his job, and becomes a personal hygiene assistant. It's not a boring episode because stuff is constantly happening. I like the fact that SpongeBob ends up squishing Plankton even though he's technically smaller than him. And like that, there's situations that are like comical, but none of the
$5,581 Take a shot of water every time past guy references a past episode. I think we'll all be hydrated.
Yeah. Oh, yeah.
The jokes really stood out to me. I can't even think of a single one after having just watched the episode. And to add to the negatives, yes, this episode is another episode where characters get shrunk. We've seen it before in Squidtastic Voyage, Mermaid Man and Barnacle Boy 4, and we've seen plenty of things from the perspective of a small character with Plankton, the episode and the character. I wouldn't say the episode is too similar to any other, but it does kind of share a main memorable gimmick with these episodes. So although I don't think it's a ripoff, it really doesn't dazzle me with its premise. And although a lot happens in it, it's not like the story here is anything to write home about. Though, as another point on the plus side, even though we've had a lot of other characters and scenes from a small person's perspective, I actually really like how this episode goes about portraying that, particularly in the back of the Krusty Krab, where we go under the grill and we see the condiments close up. They do a really great job at showing the detail in these objects that are ordinarily so small on the screen, but now are giant because of SpongeBob's perspective. But as another point against it, I have to say that the close-up shots of the gross people that need personal hygiene are gross. They're not like exceedingly gross, but I still could have done without seeing that. Oh, and this episode also has an urchin in the Krusty Krab, which also happened in Eek and Urchin. Although, weirdly, SpongeBob is really friendly to the urchin this time. It definitely makes sense that SpongeBob would be friendly to all creatures great and small, but it is a little odd considering how he treated them in their last major appearance. It's not a huge deal, but it is a little annoying that the episode borrows that aspect again and doesn't really do too much with it, while directly contradicting. So, I don't know, it all balances out to about a meh. On the surface, it's a fun enough episode, but the idea has been done before, the comedy isn't there, and the whole thing ends up being kind of forgettable. Also, in this episode, SpongeBob's problem is solved with bubbles and absorption. 212B. Squirts? Squidward tricks SpongeBob and Patrick into hurting themselves.
Yeah, I think maybe that's a D tier. So I know like this has been a recurring kind of discussion, I guess, especially since like season 9 video. Just the whole how much should I reference older episodes? Is it annoying and all that stuff? And I think part of it is just like just listing so many times, just listing out like SpongeBob was this and this and this and this. It's just like like I think if it's needed, if there's a really good point to be made, I should bring up another episode. But listing out a bunch of different episodes that just doesn't need to be there.
At Shaddick 1988 cent $10. I will say your Fiona and Cake review did make me want to go and watch your Adventure Time season reviews, and I was hooked on those, wanting more. All I'll say is everyone is in for a treat Saturday.
Thank you so much. Yeah. I don't really know how my 2-season Adventure Time reviews are.
The Getaway will be an Upper Crust May review.
Ooh, I hope so. But I do know the Fiona and Cake review really, I think it really pushed me in a lot of ways of how to review and reviewing things that are a little more complicated. It's definitely different from all my other every episode reviews so far, and yeah, that's interesting. C for close up. Did I put that already? I think I put it in D. No, wait, where did I put it? Yeah, I put it in D. People saying low C, C for close up, C.
SpongeBob.
Put it in C. All right, we can put it in C. That's fine. The close up is cool, and the slide is pretty good. But yeah, I'll stop mentioning it because I'm sure it's become repetitive in and of itself. But I think that there's an art to referencing other episodes, and there's definitely it can be overdone, and I think it is here, unfortunately.
By playing sports. So first off, I have to
Natasha 5581 sent $5. What actually makes something complicated to review?
So Fiona and Cake, each episode contains multiple storylines, like a lot of storylines in each episode. So you have to kind of weigh how each storyline makes me feel, like whether it was good or bad, and then you also have to weigh how the storylines interplay with each other. Like, does a less interesting storyline take over too much of the episode, and the good storyline kind of gets squished down and taken away? And then on top of that, it's also a season that has these big season long storylines. So I have to review the episodes kind of in not quite a vacuum, but like review them just as an episode, as a viewing experience on its own, and then also how it fits into the greater narrative of the season. So that's more complicated than a SpongeBob episode where it's like, did this make me laugh? Was this an interesting story? Did it do anything fun with music or other like kind of novelty thing? Like those are the questions to ask in a SpongeBob review, whereas a story-driven, more dramatic show, and that's the other thing too, Fiona and Cake, like Adventure Time, is trying to be a comedy and a drama and a romance show and an action show, and like there's so many things that you have to kind of judge it on. Anyway,
say that even for a show as silly and weird as SpongeBob is, SpongeBob and Patrick not knowing what sports are is an idea that's kind of out there. I mean, they've played plenty of sports, like, well, there was the football episode. They play mini golf in a friendly game. And they at least know what extreme sports are, or extreme spots. They reference football in Don't Look Now, and yeah, sure, you could use the excuse that this episode took place before all of them, but really it's just a silly way to lead into this episode. I just kind of find the choice to be a little bit head-scratching. Though there has been a few episodes about extreme sports, sports in general is a subject that isn't covered very often on SpongeBob, so I do give this episode credit for actually delving into one of the topics that hasn't been done to death, and I do like the ridiculous mashups of sports that are featured in this episode. It's creative. And as I have to say all too often, it's not a very funny episode. But it's not dead on humor, at least. I was amused by SpongeBob and Patrick's ankles swelling after running on ice skates and them throwing horseshoes at each other. Honestly, what holds this episode together is the memorable set piece of this big sports stadium and all of the wacky sports that Squidward, SpongeBob, Sandy, and Patrick play. And yeah, it's entertaining. It won't be winning any first place trophies, but sports is a good episode. It's not a very good episode, and it almost got a meh, but hey, the visual gags are amusing at the very least, and I do like the story in this one. Squidward has facilitated for SpongeBob and Patrick to indirectly hurt themselves on a number of occasions, and this time, though he ends up succeeding, he definitely gets what he deserves in the end, and it's cathartic to see Sandy kick his butt. And I do get a kick out of the guy saying that they are sports fans, they do not participate. Fun fact, the Wilhelm scream can actually be heard in this episode, which is a first for SpongeBob.
6370 sent $5. What was that football episode EE? A reference to?
Nothing. It wasn't a reference. It was just saying that SpongeBob hasn't done a lot of specific sports episodes. So I was facetiously making a joke about, yeah, there was that episode, like oh, I guess that episode didn't exist, like that was all I was saying.
As far as I'm aware, episode 213A.
I think I got a lot of flack for the sports review, if I remember correctly. A lot of people don't like that episode. I thought the review was fine, to be honest. I don't know if it's really reflective of the episode, but I think it's maybe a B tier review. The Wilhelm scream is definitely an actually fun fact. So, but yeah, what do you guys think? Also, my food is almost here. A tier, C tier, B or C. Not many people like sports. I could be misremembering, but I'm pretty sure I feel like it was that episode. Football playing king in space. I mean, they also sing "Sweet Victory" at a like kind of a football game, I think. But you know, the fact that other than extreme sports, it really isn't a subject that's been done to death like other things. It really says something. There's no, or at least at this point, there hasn't been like a SpongeBob baseball episode or something. B tier. Yeah, I think B tier's fine for it. All right, guys, my food is here, so give me 1 minute. I'm going to throw it to an ad. No one freak out. It's okay. We're fine.
At Ethanlin 3055 cent $5, do some food chewing ASMR.
All right. I am back. Did the chat send super chats? Did I miss anything? Doesn't look like it. Oh wait, doing some food chewing ASMR. Do some food. And oh yeah, okay. All right. So guys, we got crown nuggets. We got the fish sandwich. I got a cookie pie, and then I got a Whopper Jr. and I got onion rings and fries.
Natasha 5581 cent $5. I guess your past self forgot that SB already played volleyball and there was a whole Olympics themed episode.
No, I mean I didn't say there was no sports themed episodes, just that there wasn't that many. Onion rings are all right. I did not get anything to put the ketchup on. Rookie mistake. See how the Whopper Jr. is. Pretty okay. And the fish sandwich, yeah, this is gross. This is absolutely disgusting. I hate this. Oh, God. Blech.
The Getaway. SpongeBob unwittingly
Hang on, I gotta stop hiding. Bloop.
becomes the getaway driver for a notorious criminal. So, weirdly enough, this is the second time this season where I had an idea for an episode that ends up kind of actually happening. Although this
Yeah, the fishy taste is disgusting. Who orders this? Why do people order fish from fast food restaurants? I know the answer is like religious reasons before Good Friday, but honestly, this is disgusting.
time I made my video before this episode even aired. Granted, my idea was to have Mrs. Puff be Plankton's getaway driver, which I still think is a more interesting idea, but I guess it is just kind of a natural conclusion when you have a character who's a boating instructor who is related to crime. Eventually they'd go with some sort of plot involving a getaway driver. I should also note that, for whatever reason, it seems like all of the boating school episodes in seasons 9 and 10 have SpongeBob driving out on a major road. I mean, it definitely looks visually good to have SpongeBob interacting with a bunch of other boats on the road, and it has the benefit of including a lot of good action in these episodes. But man, whatever happened to Mrs. Puff's actual boating school? It's seen a little bit in Bubble Troubles, but I feel like that aspect of the show has just kind of disappeared. Anyway, the entire thing is a chase between SpongeBob and this criminal, and Mrs. Puff and what was supposed to be the criminal's getaway driver. There's nothing
Natasha 5,581 cent $5. Good, May, or Scumberking meal?
Not sure yet. I still have to have the pie. That's for dessert. And I just tried the Crown Nuggets. Honestly, Crown Nuggets pretty good with some ketchup.
strange or bad about the story. It's just pretty straightforward. The criminal has SpongeBob stop along the way so he can steal a bunch of things, and Mrs. Puff tells the getaway driver to chase him down. And Mrs. Puff doesn't even end up in jail at the end of the episode. Well, I mean, technically she is within the jail's perimeter, but she is not in jail, although she's also begging to be put in jail. What I'm trying to get at here is just that nothing that bad really happens to Mrs. Puff other than continuing to be stuck with SpongeBob as a student, and that's definitely refreshing. And joke-wise, there's quite a few kind of clever, chuckle-worthy gags. SpongeBob's tail, which is a ponytail, the visual gag of his wacky face on the learner's permit photo, SpongeBob driving like a crazy maniac, and what he does for
Attila Vidadid sent $3.59. There's an upcoming episode in season 17 where Bubble Base works at the Chum Bucket and Plankton uses him to get the secret formula.
That definitely sounds like a natural story idea.
abstract thinking. None of these jokes are hugely funny, but it definitely has its comedic moments. And the whole episode takes place at night, which is also something that's kind of rare for the show. So the whole episode has this slightly different vibe to it because it is just this one long chase throughout Bikini Bottom in the dark. It's also interesting that they do cut back to Mrs. Puff with the getaway driver, where she appreciates his driving and starts to develop somewhat of a crush on him. Granted, it's kind of weird that they decided to do this in the one season in which Mrs. Puff and Mr. Krabs are actually continually dating, because them dating is brought up in the very first episode of the season, and spoilers, but it's also brought up in the second to last episode of the season.
Whoa,
but although the
spoilers.
timing of it is kind of weird, it is interesting to see Mrs. Puff actually have romantic feelings for this random one-off character. Gives her something cool to do in the episode aside from just chase SpongeBob down. The episode also has a few brief Easter eggs, like Smitty Werman Yigerman Jensen's #1 gravestone in the background at the beginning of the episode, and that the coral that hits the prisoner spells out Kaz with an exclamation point at the end. Who co-wrote this episode? I will say, though, that this story could maybe be a little bit more interesting, like maybe they add some sort of wrinkle in the middle, because ultimately it's just super straightforward. SpongeBob accidentally becomes a getaway driver for this criminal who he thinks is his new teacher. SpongeBob unwittingly helps him.
Pranavro 6,370 cent $2, Upper Crust May review. End of story.
I mean, I think it's been a pretty good review so far. We'll see.
Commit a bunch of crimes, then SpongeBob gets him hurt a bunch, which makes him beg to go back to jail. The end. It's just all a little basic, and when you get right down to it, it does sound very similar to one of my favorite episodes of the entire series, SpongeBob Meets the Strangler.
At
You'll also
3,055 cent $5. There's a leaked season 23 episode where Bubble Bass finally takes a goddamn shower.
These onion rings are not very good. I think so far this is probably gonna be a meh Burger King meal.
Also noticed that there is an element of this episode that I haven't really spoken about yet, and that is the main criminal, Sticky Fins. And the reason why I haven't really brought him up much is that I think he's the worst aspect of this episode. This character is utterly forgettable. He's a criminal, and that's it. The stuff that I find funny about this episode isn't even really about him. His design is kind of boring, his characteristics are just kind of boring, and he's not anywhere near as fun or crazy and deranged as the Tattletale Strangler. This show has had some great and memorable one-off characters, and Sticky Fins is definitely not one of them. So although I do like the main premise of this episode, and I do think that it has some chuckle-worthy moments and an interesting atmosphere, when you get right down to it, it is a poor man's SpongeBob meets the Strangler. So it's meh. It's a bit of a forgettable episode, but it's not one that's hard to get through. Episode 213.
I don't think this is an upper crust review because I don't like how much I keep mentioning SpongeBob meets the Strangler. I kind of think it's a B tier, to be honest. What do you guys think? The fries are okay. They're not great. They're not bad. I still haven't taken a second bite of this fish sandwich. I don't want to. Everyone, chat needs to bully me for wasting food so that I actually eat this stupid thing. Upper crust. I know you like the review. I mean, that's good. A tier, B tier at best. I'm happy with it in A tier. Pernav, it can be upper crust in your tier list. Where did I put it? Yeah. Boop. Eat the fish sandwich. Don't waste food. Yeah, I know. I also don't. I like pickles, but I don't like pickles on my sandwich. Cue everyone making SpongeBob jokes. So I'm debating whether I should take them off or not. If I take them off, I might like this a little more, but sorry you're late. Honestly, forgot you're streaming tonight. I had a few family overs. Well, I hope you had a good time. You'll tell Mr. King himself. Listen, this all has a chance of redeeming itself if this firecracker cookie pie is delicious. I'm just saying.
At Dorothy the iFanatic 5118 sent $1.99, and here we are. The final SpongeBob, as of S10.
Could be the final SpongeBob ever. Sorry, SpongeBob.
Atasha 5581 sent $5. In my tier list, I'll make sure to put your SpongeBob reviews in upper crust, JK.
Good. Thank you for the gift, Josh. The Whopper Jr. is pretty good.
At Ethanlin 3055 sent $5. Eat the GD food.
Okay. Oh my gosh. We're taking a minute to eat, and then we'll get back to this. Hang on.
At Crash_Neon_official sent $4.99. Would you trade going fishing for the fish sandwich? At CDCB2 sent $2. In 4P guy goes to BK's fish sandwich vault later.
I mean, these super chats definitely paid for this awful meal.
At Infinerdy sent $2. Sell the pickles on her merch store.
Hope you don't kill Paka from food poisoning. You might. Yeah, this is a good time. Get your super chats in now while I'm eating.
At Ilavidid sent $1.44. Do you like fish and chips?
I do. Not from fast food places, but, you know, from, like, pubs and stuff, yeah. It's our money. We say finish the food. I took the pickles off the burger. There was pickles, though. Don't worry. Is this what future Super Chat goals will be? We buy Pie Guy's dinner. I mean, a guy's gotta eat, you know? Alright. Let's keep going here.
B. Lost and Found. SpongeBob takes a journey into the maze that is the Krusty Krab's Lost and Found. So the main thing that I like about this episode...
$3,055 imagine a TW Urkoff between Patrick, Mr. Krabs, and Bubble Bass.
Bubble Bass. All about that bubble bass, am I right? Oh, gosh.
Is the Lost and Found itself. It's visually striking, being this dark space with endless rows of shelves. And speaking of those shelves, they do contain a lot of references to older episodes. And the show does have some fun playing around with all these random items being down here. That being said, I don't feel like the episode pushes it far enough. SpongeBob dancing on the whoopee cushions is okay, but I wanted more silliness like that, where SpongeBob plays around with items on the shelves. There are some really great lost puns towards the end during the chase scene, but other than that, I really don't feel like the episode utilizes the space that it has. And the space itself isn't even a totally original thing. Welcome to the Bikini Bottom Triangle is another episode where SpongeBob gets lost amongst a pile of junk. But what really drags this episode down, in my opinion, is the story. We keep cutting back to this kid crying, which we've already established that he's upset in the beginning. We don't need to keep going back to him. I understand the show is trying to make a ticking clock with how the kid's crying is driving away people from the Krusty Krab, but this episode really isn't that high stakes to begin with, and cutting back to the crying is just annoying.
$2. I think this may be partially, sorta, my fault.
The fish sandwich?
know he's upset, we know he's driving away the customers, just keep the focus on SpongeBob being lost in this interesting location. But an even bigger issue than that is the whole lost children concept of this episode, where SpongeBob runs into a bunch of elderly people that were apparently kids that got lost in the Krusty Krab. The episode could have had a monster be the antagonist, or had SpongeBob being lost been the main conflict all on its own. But for whatever reason, they decided to have these elderly people who literally lost their entire childhood and adulthoods to the Krusty Krab's weird basement.
Yeah, it's
lost
a little dark.
and found.
A little dark.
These characters aren't interesting or funny on their own, so nothing distracts me from how depressing this concept is. Yeah, it's SpongeBob, and yeah, it wasn't supposed to be taken as dark, but gosh darn it, it is dark. Yeah, okay, you can play it off at the end like they have a touching reunion, but most of these people's lives are just completely gone, and their family coming to the Krusty Krab every week is way more stupid than it is funny. And on top of that, I think that the Easter eggs in this episode are actually not handled.
Fenton sent $1.44. I bought a very long Rice Krispie square.
I'm jealous. I wish I was eating that instead. These onion rings are really bad. Someone said they don't have real onion in them, and I believe you if that's the case.
At Ethan
Like
$3,055, I noticed all the pictures on the shelf are from SpongeBob episodes.
Yep, and there's a reason for that.
Very well. First of all, some of the things on the shelves are from the SpongeBob movie, which is supposed to take place after the series. It's not like this is a huge deal, but if you're going to give us a continuity nod, you might want to actually remember the show's continuity. But worse than that, I couldn't really focus as much on the episode itself the first time I watched it because I had my eyes kept on the shelves scanning them for more references to the show. For the
$581 $5. Well, if you didn't like the references here, I'm sure seasons 11 and onward would be interesting reviews for past Guy.
I mean, I think I would have to maybe just start ignoring the references at a certain point. I join in here, Pie Guy eating Burger King. I'm sorry. I'm almost done. I literally just have the fish sandwich and the cookie pie. That's it. The fish sandwich is the only thing standing in my way between eating a cookie pie. I don't know. I know I did get some people giving me flack for like being distracted by the Easter eggs, but I don't know, man. Like it can be distracting. The continuity nods can be annoying. Like I'm just constantly looking and being like, oh, is there a new one over there? Is there a new one over there? And part of it's just because there's not really that much interesting going on in this episode.
For the most part, it's kept to just kind of one shelving unit that has all of these references. But there's the soda drink hat on another one, and I'm not convinced that there aren't other references in other places that I just haven't seen yet. The continuity nod moment in Plankton Gets the Boot is great because it's just that one moment where you can pause it and enjoy all of the little continuity bits, but here I'm more distracted in trying to look for little references than I am with paying attention to the actual episode, so I do think it actually takes something away, which is pretty rare. Though there are some small compliments I have for this episode, like the chase scene being okay, the ladder gag being decent, and the Lost World pun actually being funny. Ultimately, it is a
SpongeBob episode.
I think I sounded tired in that clip, that voice clip there. I think that was added later. What does the food taste like? Taste good or taste bad? This fish sandwich, I just took my second bite. Ugh. It's like, the fish taste is just horrible. It tastes like, it tastes like old shrimp. Like when shrimp smells bad because it's old. That's what it tastes like. And it's like mostly an aftertaste. Like while I'm talking now, I can feel it in the back of my throat. I'm sorry to anyone that's also eating. Oh.
Just end up being distracted during it. Instead of thinking about the actual story, I'm thinking about these unfortunate implications and
Why am I eating it if it's bad? Because I don't waste food here on the Pie Guy channel. No, I don't know if I'll be able to finish it, but because I ordered it, you guys want me to order it, and gosh darn it, we're trying it.
In the background for Easter eggs. The actual story itself just does not hold my attention. Episode 214A, Patrick's Coupon.
I thought that review was fine. Again, I know some people disagree with me about the shelf thing. That's fair. Not everyone's going to be distracted by it. I think maybe it's a B tier review. Never get a fish sandwich at a fast food restaurant. I agree with that statement. But yes, this is for content. So gosh darn it, we're here. Darn, I'm almost out of my drink. This lemonade was pretty good. Jess Covito, I do see your comment. I don't know who Vengeful Vulpine is, and I don't generally really care about other people's SpongeBob reviews. But yeah. I'm glad you enjoy them. The bit about the movie confuses you. The movie takes place at the end of the timeline. It's not that big a deal. It's like a nerdy SpongeBob thing, but it takes place at the end of everything. That's why there's no Krusty Krab 2 in the show. Rattling of ice cubes. Yeah, ASMR baby. Ink lemonade. No, thankfully not. All right, this fish sandwich. What are we gonna do here? Also like the lettuce is pretty bad. It's just like a bunch of kind of balled up lettuce. There's tartar sauce on it, and the bun. Oh, the bun is just nothing special. Not even sesame seed. Like, come on. How long have they had this burger or this fish? This big fish, as it were.
Achtathat Morina 1010 cent $4.99. P Guy, this was a fun trip down memory lane. I've watched your reviews in my teen years, been happy to have you back. One of my favorite YouTubers.
Well, thank you so much. It's been fun doing this. Yeah, we're almost at the end here. It was a fun look back.
5,581 cent $5. Watch that get outdated and they put the Krusty Krab 2 into a modern episode.
Could you imagine? I mean, they did a thing that references season 1, so. Also, I'm disappointed no one referenced Burger King foot lettuce.
Patrick goes to great lengths to redeem his coupon for free ice cream. Fun fact, Peter Brown...
How do you guys say coupon, by the way? I think I say coupon in this. I think I usually say coupon. How do I say it?
Just does not hold my attention. Episode 214A, Patrick's Coupon. Patrick goes to great lengths to redeem his coupon for free ice...
Coupon. I've said it too many times. Now I don't even know how I say it.
Ice cream. Fun fact, Peter Brown guest stars as the Ice Cream King. You know, the guy who looks like Patrick's uncle, or grandpa something. When I first watched this episode, I really wasn't sure what to think about.
Hot Uncle Grandpa
It is a little
reference.
bit all over the place, in that it starts out with Patrick fighting a sea spider, and then he finds a coupon, which then he has to keep from Mr. Krabs trying to take it, and he thinks a bunch of citizens are going to take it, so he has to guard it from them. He goes to get his free ice cream, but then he finds out that his coupon is expired. He has to fight the Ice Cream King to get it redeemed, and then when he does, it turns out that it melted. It's not like the episode is strictly just about Patrick trying to keep his coupon away from prying hands, or that it's just about him fighting the Ice Cream King. There's a lot that goes on in here, and while in some other episodes a lack of focus like this would be a negative, I actually think it works in this episode's favor. Since it is a Patrick episode, it does kind of make sense that the focus is a little bit all over the place. But it is still technically all about Patrick wanting to get ice cream for SpongeBob, which is a noble endeavor. And while yes, Patrick did slap an ice cream cone out of SpongeBob's hand because he wanted to be such a nice guy and get him an ice cream cone, overall Patrick does come off as pretty heroic in this episode. And I think that's really sweet. Having Patrick want to do something selfless for SpongeBob as the main motivation for his actions in this episode make Patrick a lot more noble and likable than he would be in several others. Thematically, it kind of reminds me a little bit of the Donut of Shame, although they have very little else in common. This is a random observation, but the ice cream store in this episode definitely looks like the goofy goober that we see in SpongeBob the movie, the video game. I can't be the only one that thinks that, right? So,
am I the only one that thinks that? The movie, the video game. Let's take another big bite of this fish sandwich. Mm. I'm not even playing this up. Genuinely, it's really bad. It's also like, it's a lot of very conflicting flavors. The pickle and the tartar sauce and the fish, like it's just a lot. There's just a lot. I'm eating it like the McDonald's CEO. No, we're like maybe a third of the way into this thing. I don't know if I'm gonna be able to eat all of it, but
At Pranavro 6,370 cent $2. Favorite scene in Project Hail Mary?
I didn't get to see it yet. I say yet. It's out of theaters, unfortunately, but I really wanted to see that movie. We just couldn't find anyone, any babysitters. Like when we had free time to watch it, we couldn't find a sitter, and it just never worked out. I'm excited to watch it whenever it comes to streaming.
Attila VDD sent $3.59. Hopefully it's still a little better than the restaurants on Kitchen Nightmares.
SpongeBob movie was not confirmed. Was confirmed by a crew to not take place anywhere specific in the timeline by the showrunners. Not even the ending. Okay, but like in that specific episode, there was no Krusty Krab 2, right? Lost and Found? I guess there could be. I don't know.
119 cent $5. 100% relate with you. P.I.
Yeah.
The fish sandwich from Burger King is genuinely the worst fast food item I've ever tasted.
I'm glad I'm not alone in that. I think I agree with that. There are things that like I've had prepared worse, like good items that have been like burnt or something. Like obviously that's just a mistake of the item. You know, that's not what the item is. There's also stuff that I just don't like eating. Like I don't like tomatoes, for instance. But yeah, you did derail the stream, Chemmy. Thank you. We're talking more about fish sandwiches than the reviews. We're almost done. We gotta stretch this out. We got time here. You guys all want to know what my big announcement is, right? But yeah, I mean, I like fish generally. I do, just not from fast food places. So it's not even like it's a matter of like I just don't like this sort of thing. I do. It's just gross.
Story is a little bit unfocused. It does still work for Patrick, and it does still feature a pretty natural progression. And for once, Patrick freaking out over something is actually justified. Sure, the random townspeople of Bikini Bottom aren't trying to steal his coupon, but that paranoia was born out of a character who actually was legitimately trying to steal his coupon.
Natasha 5,581 cent $5. There better be a fish sandwich on the thumbnail like Taco Bell on the last one.
Oh, let me see what DDD put on this one. He just put the Burger King in the corner. Yeah, we'll have to see what we can do here. Goodness. Oh.
At Ethanland 3055 sent $2. I'm excited to watch Disclosure Day on Friday.
I'm very confused at what that movie is, to be honest. It's kind of cool that they haven't revealed too much in the trailers. Oh gosh, I'm opening up the cookie pie because I need something to get this fish taste out of my mouth, and I don't have a drink anymore.
At Crash_Neon_official sent $1.99. You keep hamburger meat in an old boot potty.
Update. Yeah, oh yeah, you gotta update it. Oh goodness. Yeah, we can keep playing this.
And because that's only one part of the episode instead of being the entirety of what the episode is about, I think Patrick's ignorance works
to add the fish sandwich.
Yep, I'm about to eat pie.
pretty well and doesn't stretch on for too long. I also really like Patrick's interactions with the Ice Cream King. And I like how, though he is an antagonist, he's not like evil or mean or anything. He just seems like an eccentric guy that wants Patrick to prove himself before just giving away free ice cream. And it's actually pretty rare that we see a character on the show that can match Patrick's weirdness and special line of thinking. So it was pretty cool to see him interact with that character. As far as jokes, I really love the one where the guy tells the guy insulting,
"It kind of tastes like I'm just eating whipped cream and a little bit of pie crust," which, not the worst thing.
Patrick to bump up the insults a little more after seeing how pathetic Patrick was, despite coming in to defend him in the first place. And I like how Patrick brought SpongeBob the handshake at the end. We never see him taking Krabs' arm, but presumably he just ripped it off him. How random that is just kind of makes me chuckle. There's also a self-deprecating line about how people don't respect cartoons, with the fish walking by the Bikini Bottom Walk of Fame. I'm not in love with this episode or anything, but I do think that it is different, and it is another episode where Patrick is the protagonist, and it does genuinely work. I think it's a good episode. Is it another no hat for Pat? Certainly not. But there's a few funny moments, Patrick has a great motivation, there's some nice variety in the episode, an interesting new character that can match wits with Patrick, and so it's overall enjoyable. And unlike some of the other stuff in this season, pretty original. Episode 214.
That was an okay review. I think that's either a B or an A. I liked it. I didn't really need to reference No Hat for Pat, but that's good. This is all. This is definitely a
Scumburger King meal.
Hopefully you're not dying for pie. I was dying to take a bite of that pie after this horrible fish sandwich. Hope the fish sandwich doesn't get you sick after the live stream. It might, man. It might. B tier, A tier. I think B tier. There's a lot more positive opinions than I remember. See, I was not too harsh on the season. A tier, B tier. Seen a lot of A's. All right, we can pump it up to an A. Ooh, is that a Marceline picture? Nice. Should have called the episode "No Coupon to Poop On." Am I right? I don't know. All right, here we go.
B, out of the picture. Mr. Krabs tries to get rid of Squidward to raise the value of his newly purchased art. Ooh,
this one.
Boy, finally, we got something nice and controversial to talk about. Yes, this is an episode where Mr. Krabs tries to explicitly murder Squidward just for money. But what makes this episode so interesting, I think, is that even though that alone is a pretty off-putting premise, this episode is one of, if not the most funny episode in the season. And I know that's not saying a ton, because even the episodes I liked this season weren't exactly packed with jokes. But seriously, the gags at the beginning of Squidward showing people his art and then bursting into flames and running away, they are all just really well done. The execution of these jokes is so funny. The timing of people's reactions, how everyone else reacts to the characters getting set on fire and running away and screaming horribly, is just golden. It is beautiful and funny, and that's just the very beginning of the episode. We also have Mr. Krabs' laugh where he goes art, 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 because he just purchased some art.
You explain that joke, Pie Guy. Honestly, I feel like they were really pushing the envelope with some episodes this season.
Person sent $2. Are you going to or watch any World Cup games?
No, I'm not a sports person.
SpongeBob telling Mr. Krabs not to be menial to Squidward, Squidward's traumatized face after he gets beamed down by the Martians, and even just how ridiculous some of the paintings that Squidward painted of himself look in the episode are funny. There's a lot of good gags here, and the whole episode is just really good at selling these jokes. On top of that, we get to see various weird locations in this episode, which range from Mars to Rock Bottom. Literally the first time we've seen Rock Bottom since Rock Bottom. Granted,
We started this stream talking about how I don't want to see Rock Bottom again because it was brought up again in season 13, and here we are. My opinion's definitely changed knowing that they do this a lot more. This continuity stuff.
Sent $5.02.
Not continuity, but
Hey,
references.
Guy, still catching up on the other season streams, but just wanted to
Hello.
pop in live to say thanks.
Well, thank you for coming. I think I've speaking of Rock Bottom. I think I've done about as much as this fish sandwich as I could do. I had half of it. Actually, a little less than half. I'd like, legitimately, my stomach's starting to not feel great. Oh, it's horrible. All right. Well, in the trash. Food wasted. Those fish died for nothing.
I wish they did a little bit more with it, but still, it's cool that it's here, and SpongeBob remembers Rock Bottom, and he remembers the people he met down there. Oh, and
$7.18. UK airings of this episode remove the scene where the critic mimes hanging himself to demonstrate what out of the picture means. BTW sent you the updated thumbnail.
All right, I will check it out. Let's see. Yeah, that looks good, man. That looks good. We'll that. Yeah, I'm good with that. That is what it looks like. God, it's horrible. Thank you for that. To be fair, the callbacks were not as bad when you made this video. Right, that's completely fair. And again, I'm not like against callbacks. It's just like they're just oversaturated, and all too often it's just like, you know, I don't know, like, so what? You put a picture of something in the background. Like like they either do something so vague that it's like, who cares, or they'll do like, yeah, sequel to Bubble Buddy, and it's like, but why does this concept need a sequel?
Of little continuity nods, I don't know if this is intentional or not, but fun fact, Squidward was screaming about Martians in the very first episode of this season, and now he gets to see Martians. And it's also the second time this season that Squidward got blasted off in a rocket ship against his will. It's funny, it's interesting, it's got continuity nods, it's got variety in locations, and it's got great art on Squidward's pictures. But it is still an episode about Mr. Krabs trying to murder Squidward. And if you're thinking that I'm exaggerating here, well, the episode actually has a good excuse at first.
How many super chats for you to eat it out of the trash?
Stretch goal. Pie Guy eats literal garbage. No, I haven't sunk that low.
That Mr. Krabs is trying to get Squidward out of the picture. He is trying to send him off to far-off locations to get him lost, to make it seem like he's dead, even though Mr. Krabs isn't trying to kill him necessarily. And I think that justification, that premise, that idea works because it's not quite as dark as Mr. Krabs trying to kill him. But towards the end of the episode, Mr. Krabs whips out a mallet and is literally trying to kill Squidward. I just wish they tweaked the episode a little bit so that it was never about murder and was only about Mr. Krabs trying to send Squidward off. Maybe instead of having Mars be earlier in the episode, maybe the ending could have been Mr. Krabs trying to trap Squidward in a box to send him off to Mars or something like that. I just feel like it is too dark for the character, even if he is a fun and interesting antagonist for the rest of the episode. But all that being said,
Natasha 5,581 sent $5. I'll pay $500 for you to eat it out of the trash, and then go broke in the process. JK.
I tend to throw something out. I really don't like outside. Instead of throwing it out, we get lots of birds and squirrels. Dude, I don't want to do this to the birds and squirrels. Poor Sandy.
My viewers make me eat trash, not clickbait.
Yeah, I don't hate the squirrels enough to throw this out there for them.
said, of course, I think this is a good episode. If you've paid attention to my reviews over the years, you'll know that I do value comedy quite a bit. And this episode being as funny as it is means a lot more to me than how dark a part of it is. Yes, I wish Mr. Krabs hadn't have done that. Yes, I understand why that is a huge turnoff for a lot of people and why they might not like this episode. But I've seen a whole season of pretty mediocre SpongeBob comedy, so to see an episode that comedically at least could have fit in with the earlier seasons, it just brings me so much joy and makes me so happy to see. And although I do like the ending of the episode, like the bit where Mr. Krabs and Squidward destroy Squidward's paintings and that is deemed as performance art, which is artistically viable but of course doesn't deserve a penny of actual money, I think that whole sequence was well done and it does make for a neat climax with a funny punchline. I think the very ending where Mr. Krabs and Squidward become the art is pretty lame, mostly because Squidward didn't do anything wrong in this episode. He doesn't deserve to be punished at the end. If it was just Mr. Krabs,
our super chats will cover your medical bills too.
Yeah, I'll get my spleen replaced with Squilliam.
as being turned into the art, that I could understand, and that is an ending that I would have supported. But Squidward, he just really didn't deserve it. The rest of the episode is on Squidward's side. Although he gets hurt a little bit, he still gets to return back to the Krusty Krab, and he still gets to be smug and happy that he is now validated as an artist. So yeah, disregarding the last 2 or 3 minutes of this episode, I think that everything else is just great. Oh, and I also love the theme of the episode. The idea that money and art have this weird relationship where sometimes they go together really well, and sometimes they're at odds with each other. This is a topic that the show has explored before, and I'm not saying this episode goes into any deep discussion on it or anything, but I think it's a theme that totally makes sense for episodes featuring Squidward and Mr. Krabs playing off of each other. And I think it's a topic that would work well for a bunch more episodes in the future. Episode 215A, Feral Friend.
All right. So, yeah, I think that was an upper crust review, to be honest. I think I explained myself pretty well. I talk about what works, what doesn't work. I'm still thinking about this stupid fish sandwich. I feel a little nauseous. I might have to go get some water.
At crash_neon_official sent $4.99. How many super chats for you to recreate Max the Meat Guy's video where he quote eats every character in SpongeBob?
I saw some of that video. I mentioned that. I didn't end up finishing it, but yeah. I feel like upper crust C. Wow, very mixed on that. I did have an idea for a stream. I have lots of ideas that I'm like, this is either genius or horrible. But what if I watch an episode of SpongeBob enough times that I can quote it word for word? Like,
drink the SpongeBob water from last stream
No.
to wash it down. I'm sure that'll help. _PieGuyRules.
What if I just watch an episode over and over again on stream? You guys can't see the episode. I'll just be sitting here. You'll hear me talking about it. And then I keep going until I can word for word say every line in the episode with with impressions, of course. This sounds really stupid, and it probably would be, but it could also be very funny. I don't know what I'd put on the screen. You guys would have to look at something, I guess. I could put myself on the screen, maybe. Not truth or square. Never truth or square. No. I logged in to drink the SpongeBob water. All right, no. I don't need water. We can finish this. There's 2 episodes left. It sounds like kind of fun, but it sounds like a boring stream. Yeah, I don't know. All right, 15 minutes of the video left.
Natasha 5,581 sent $5. Wait, I have the perfect episode for you to memorize the lines of Reef Blower.
Yep. I was waiting for that joke. Yep. Spongehenge. Oh, God.
At crash_neon_official sent $1.99. Reef Blower would be an easy episode to memorize.
Lie or rectangle? Lie or rhombus? I don't know what episode. Oh yeah, pizza delivery would be a good one.
At Pranavro
That'd be hard though. There's a lot of dialogue.
70 cent $2. Watch Quiet on Set.
Oh, I don't think I want to. I saw the first episode of it.
Friends. Sandy must keep her friends safe when Bikini Bottom goes primitive. This episode is just, it's different. It's one of, if not like the only episode in all of SpongeBob beyond season 1 that has lore in it. Like, there's interesting things presented in this episode that make me kind of question what I know about the universe that SpongeBob resides in. Sandy knew the French narrator all this time, and he's a dude in a scuba suit that's just been monitoring everything, and he's actually a character in the show? Sure, he showed up in a gag in No Free Rides, but that's just a one-off gag. Here it's confirmed he's a character that Sandy knows. And anatomically correct, non-intelligent fish exist in this show.
At 3055 cent $2, do the hokey pokey.
I don't understand. The hokey pokey?
They're just considered the primitive form of the characters, like they're some sort of ancestors that they evolved from, or maybe there are actual primitive fish still out there and it's just that Bikini Bottom is civilized. The first time I watched this episode, my jaw was kind of agape. I'm not trying to claim that this like changes everything. It's not like we found out that SpongeBob was Pink Diamond or something. No, it's not some serious change in twist, but I do think that it actually does have lore, and that's really interesting on its own. And having the French narrator be in it as a character was just a really big and very pleasant surprise. On top of that, the episode itself is at least mildly educational. The French narrator talks about facts related to the actual animals that SpongeBob is based on.
Wait, hang on. The French narrator is now a recurring character, and there's an episode where SpongeBob tries to find him love. No way! No way did they make this guy a no way! Come on.
I couldn't tell you if these facts are 100% true, but as far as I can tell, they're at least based on truth. And on top of all that, this—
well, as long as they're based on truth, that's all that matters. In 2026, you don't have to be speaking the truth. As long as it's, as long as there's maybe like a shred, an evidence, an echo of truth. This slide does look fantastic, and also big shout outs to Wiley. I love Wiley's music. We also used one of his songs for the recast intro. I like his mixes.
This episode has a bit more action than your average.
He's called Frenchie, like from The Boys. Oi, mon coeur.
Average SpongeBob episode. So, like Mimic Madness, I think this is another episode this season that actually gets SpongeBob drama down right. I was genuinely curious at where the story was going to go next. And Sandy does a great job at being the protagonist, something that she hardly ever gets to do.
581 cent $5. All right, so let me get this straight. Nosferatu, Doodlebob, Guy on the Penny, P-Guy, and now the French narrator are getting slideshows. Great.
You're a recurring character. He's a recurring character. They're recurring characters. Is there anyone else here that's going to be a recurring character?
She makes smart moves and has to scramble to keep her friends safe. You get to see both her cowgirl side when she has to ride Pearl to safety, and you get to see her scientist side when she studies the now primitive creatures.
Fun fact, according to the storyboard director Brian Morante, Steven Hillenburg helped to design the realistic marine creatures in this episode. Oh, that's great. And I believe it. I believe that he was involved in this. He notoriously loved like actual marine life.
Attila Vidadid sent $7.18. There's a recent episode where SpongeBob lands in a place called Dankini Top that has polar opposite counterparts of all his friends, and the French narrator has a Canadian counterpart that says he.
Come on. There's no way. Two truths and a lie. SpongeBob.
At Ethanland 3055 cent $5. There's an episode where the French narrator gives SpongeBob a LP dance.
And though the episode for the most part is very light on jokes, because that's really not what they're going for the bulk of it, and some of the jokes in the episode are, well, we'll get to those. There's at least one or two jokes at the beginning that made me laugh, like Squidward saying that whoever went in the bathroom before him was an animal. So with all that said, it is a good episode. Just because on a base level, it's interesting, it's different, it made me care about the characters and their situation, and it provided me with a lot of surprises. This is one of the rare cases where I was like genuinely shocked by something that happened in this show. But because unfortunately it can't all be sunshine and roses, let's talk about the bad things about this episode. First First off, there's the ending. It's like the show had to go and ruin the slightly educational and action and intrigue-oriented story it had going on with the most immature, stupid jokes at the end. When all the characters come back, they're naked, which is pretty par for the course for transformation-based episodes, but the fact that we see Pearl naked, which is very uncomfortable, Patrick's giant buttocks are wrapped around Sandy.
Natasha
Bulbous butt.
5,581 sent $5. Then the next slideshow will just be your channel members, I guess.
Yeah, it'll be Patrick's butt will get a slide layout. You know, season 26 is Patrick's butt, obviously.
His helmet when he comes back, and Mr. Krabs and Mrs. Puff had this weird flirty thing where they look at each other naked, makes that last part of the episode just really bad. And then the other major thing that I really didn't like was Patchy. Patchy is inserted into this episode basically to make it longer than 11 minutes, because even though the episode is special in a lot of ways, technically speaking, it doesn't go beyond the 11 minutes if you remove the Patchy parts. And yeah, because this episode, even with Patchy, isn't all that long, Patchy doesn't get to do anything. He doesn't have a story of his own. He doesn't even have
People
like...
have clowned on my reaction to the nude part. I don't know. I mean, it does seem maybe a little dramatic, past guy. Like, I'm not gonna lie, it sounds a little dramatic, but I don't know. It's just weird. It's just weird. I don't need to see Mr. Krabs and Mrs. Puff like looking at each other naked. It's a little weird.
A mini story of his own, or anything interesting going on in the wraparound segments. And those segments are edited very, very poorly. The whole thing just looks cheap. And I know a big part of Patchy's appeal was that he was supposed to be in this stylistically sucky kind of show, but the way they do these
That's a TV Tropes
edits
phrase.
where they cut in the middle of whatever Patchy's doing, and just how cheap the boat looks on the water there, it just looks actually poorly made instead of stylistically sucking in
Just
a way
like
that's
Truth or
actually
Square.
funny. The only thing that Patchy actually gets to do in this episode is at the end where he turns into a caveman, which we've already seen a live-action caveman in the Patchy segments before, and where Potty thinks that he's a piece of food, which Potty already did that in the last appearance of Patchy and Potty. Like, even when something actually happens in these segments, it's just ripping off things that happened before. In an episode where the French narrator gets to be a character that's...
3,055 cent $2. Lighten up, Francis.
I don't understand the reference.
Involved in the story, the fact that they couldn't come up with something better for Patchy to do during it is a really glaring mistake and just kinda sad. They threw him in here to get an extra few minutes out of it to make the episode feel more special when it just didn't need it. Though I find this a good episode, I do think that Patchy and the stupid naked stuff at the end of the actual SpongeBob segment is heavily weighing it down and keeping it pretty far off from being an amazing episode. Like it totally could have been.
Natasha 5,581 cent $5. Okay, enough with the truth or square obsession. I'm gonna use your words against you. Scumbob, scumbob, scumbob. I really hate this stream, guys.
As it turns out, my memories of every other SpongeBob episode are just gone. All I can remember now is Truth or Square. It's been overridden. I don't remember what happens in any other episode. All I can do is reference Truth or Square. I think that was an A tier review. I think I maybe go on a little bit too long at the end there, but otherwise, I really like the review. Some of the super chats have been plain weird and nonsensical. Absolutely. And I am here for it. The real storyline of these streams is learning to love Truth or Square. The guy on the penny. Okay. Here we go. The last SpongeBob episode that got ever reviewed by me.
215B. Don't wake Patrick. SpongeBob must keep a sleepwalking Patrick out of danger. Fun fact, this is the third time a short is attached to an extra-length episode. Alright, this is the last review of the season, so I'm just gonna go ahead and cut right to the chase here. This is a meh episode. I watched this thing 3 times, and I just find it so forgettable. There's nothing technically wrong with it. The characters are all acting as they should. The story is a natural fit for SpongeBob. Nothing is annoying or frustrating or gross or weird or wrong. It's just nothing is good about it either. The funny moments aren't funny. It's just kind of a generic Patrick walks around and causes trouble storyline. Even though SpongeBob hasn't done this before, I feel like they've done this before. So I guess you could say it's almost too
6,370 cent $2. We're gonna end off with an upper crust May.
All right, we'll see. Natural fit for the show. And while yes, the story does take the characters to some interesting places, like the amusement park or the chum bug. Oh, are you going to read it? There we go.
5,581 sent $5. I think ever since the season 8 stream, I've just been cursing it with nonsensical super chats. And you know what? This is only the beginning.
Oh gosh. I mean, that's definitely a part of it. Another part of it, I've been exceedingly tired these past few streams. And that always makes things a little loopier than they need to be.
It. I don't feel like it plays with those environments enough, and the humor here is it's just like non-existent. I remember the joke about SpongeBob putting the spaghetti in his stomach, but I don't think it's funny. It's just your textbook middle-of-the-road kind of forgettable episode. So this episode has the honor of being the first short that I consider to be meh. And by extension, it is technically my 10th favorite SpongeBob short. And that is every episode.
Honestly, I could kind of see that being upper crust. I think for a short, I think that maybe takes it. I like that reference to it being one of my favorite shorts, just because there's not that many. But I don't know. What do you guys think? And yeah, thank you, Asher. Your super chats have been very funny. Gosh. A tier? Upper crust, B tier. Upper crust, Matt. Yeah, let's put it in upper crust. I don't say a lot, but the episode doesn't need it. Not every episode needs like a super long review. Here we go. We've ranked them all. Yay! We've tier listed. Now we gotta watch everything again so that I can, like, you know, put them in order in each of the tiers. No, just kidding. Yeah. All right. Let's finish the video and then we'll talk about this tier list here.
In SpongeBob Season 10 reviewed. So let's take a look at the charts. Because the episode number in this season is so unusual, it's definitely more beneficial to look at the percentages over the actual episode numbers. And in that respect, the season is obviously better than seasons 6 and 7. It's nowhere near as good as season 4. It's a bit better than season 8, a bit worse than season 9, and most interestingly, it's very, very close to season 5 from a statistical standpoint. Almost the same percentage of good episodes, with season 5 beating season 10 by a small margin, but season 5 has more scumbobs than season 10. That being said, in terms of actual episode quality, I would probably prefer season 5 over season 10. 5 is just the funnier season, and there's very, very little ripping off of previous episodes. The only advantage that season 10 has is that it's shorter, so therefore easier to get through, because you'd have to sit through more scumbop and meh episodes in season 5. But going back to season 9,
you guys in your 6-7, all right, calm down.
That season 10 does seem to be a step down from season 9. If you compare it to 9A and 9B individually, 10 actually falls in between the two. It's better than 9A, but it's worse than 9B. In terms of looking at the actual episodes themselves instead of just statistics, I'm actually not sure whether I'd consider season 9 or 10 to be better. That sounds like something that could make for an interesting video later down the line.
And I never made it.
On to the rating. It should certainly be no surprise to anyone at this point that I do consider this to be a meh season. I don't see season 10 breaking SpongeBob out of its slump. 9B was an honorable
3,913 cent $1.99. Once again, happy 6-7 day.
All right, everyone get it out of your system here. 6-7. Everyone get it out. Come on.
6-7.
We'll give it like half a minute and then we're going to move on and finish this. But I'm not going to play the video until you all get it out of your system. Until then, we're just gonna sit here. And I'm just gonna think about the decisions I've made tonight with food. The Crown Nuggets were actually surprisingly good. I will say that. But everything else was a bit of a disappointment. The lemonade was good too. And I guess the Whopper Jr. was good. And the fries were, they were meh.
6-7.
Natasha 5,581 cent $5. Here's my one and only 67 joke. 67 slideshows for SpongeBob season 67.
Are you guys happy, by the way, that I put the chat on screen? Are you happy that I finally did that? All right, here we go.
Effort, but it's still technically a part of 9. So unfortunately, it means we are in our 3rd season of meh territory. Though it might be true that adding more episodes into seasons 6 and 7 did hurt them. In this case, at least, reducing the episode order did not affect the season rating at all.
At Tazinbor 3,913 cents,
Chill.
$1.99. Krabby Patties are made out of crabs. Funny skit.
Happy to see chat on screen. Good. Guys. Oh my gosh. All right. No more. Come on. Stop.
As it does not waver from the current trend of meh seasons. Alright, now it is time for the bottom 5. At number 5, we have Plankton Retires. Number 4, Plankton Gets the Boot. Number 3, Housewarming. Number 2, SpongeBob's Place. And number 1, Whirly Brains. Aside from the worst entry on this list, all of the rest of them fall here because they are blatantly copying previous episodes. With SpongeBob's
I'm kind of surprised Housewarming didn't get higher.
Place and Housewarming being the worst, Plankton Gets the Boot being slightly more original, and Plankton Retires, despite being a very blatant ripoff, at least having a little bit of good in it, with Plankton's first scheme in the opening montage, and a few decent jokes scattered around the episode. I gave the worst episode spot to Whirly Brains because that diaper gag is so disgusting, and it just feels like such a brain-dead episode. And now for the top 5. At number 5, we have Feral Friends. Number 4, we have Shock Out of the Picture. Number 3, Trident Trouble. Number 2, Code Yellow. And number 1, Mimic Madness, which was honestly a lock for number 1. It's clearly the best episode of the season. Code Yellow was a surprising hit, but with its mixture of classical SpongeBob shenanigans and a happy ending for pretty much everyone involved, it definitely fits into the number 2 spot. Trident Trouble was another episode that did something a little different and worked out pretty well, and Out of the Picture had to be on here because I found it the most funny out of the entire season, with the last few minutes of the episode definitely holding it lower on the list than it would have been. Similarly, Feral Friends is a really good episode in a lot of ways, but it is held back by the stupid nudity joke and the pointless Patchy segments. Alright, now on to the notes. The first note I have is just that this is a very, very weird season. Yes, we got Mrs. Puff episodes, yes, we got Plankton episodes.
Both the number 1 worst and number 1 best episodes of the season were animation directed by Bob Jacques? Jacques? That is interesting. Thank you.
Yes, we got a Mermaid and Barnacle Boy episode, but we didn't get a Gary episode, we didn't get a Flying Dutchman episode, and there's only one special, and it's only 16-ish minutes. Something else interesting is that I found the Plankton episodes in Season 9 to be mostly good and the big highlight of the season, whereas in Season 10 I found both of his episodes to be rehashed awfulness. Also, the show seems to be a bit dumbed down. I feel like a lot of the more clever wordplay jokes are gone, and instead we get a bunch of wacky faces.
It's kind of ironic, right? The show switched from being board-driven to script-driven, and yet for some reason it feels like less wordy, like less intelligent dialogue based, which you would think that would be like the opposite, right? You would think that more storyboards would mean more silly, goofy drawings, and more script based would be more word based and not as much action.
One of the reasons why classic SpongeBob is considered so good is the sheer variety of jokes. Yes, wacky faces were a part of it, and yes, wacky faces can certainly be funny, but that cannot be the only joke you tell in an episode. It does kind of make me wonder if this season was aiming at a younger demographic. I wouldn't really be that surprised. And lastly, this season just isn't very funny, which is something I can say for an unfortunately high amount of seasons of SpongeBob. Even in the best episodes of this season, they're just not that funny. I went and watched some older episodes of SpongeBob just to test to see if maybe something happened to me and I just don't find the show funny at all, and no, the older seasons can still make me laugh. And not just in the best episodes, a lot of episodes can still make me laugh. You miss 100% of the shots you don't try, and it still feels like the show isn't really trying that hard to tell jokes, which is a big problem. In conclusion, Season 10 is a rather mixed bag. An unfortunately large portion of the season is spent rehashing old ideas in rather blatant ways. Sometimes they do it by taking an old idea and doing something slightly different with it, like in Unreal Estate or Krusty Catering, with rather mixed results. But then you have Housewarming, Plankton Gets the Boot, Plankton Retires, and SpongeBob's Place. One of the biggest sins that a show can commit is repeating itself. And if you do it about as much as this show does it, then I really do think that you should just stop making episodes. At least from an artistic standpoint, there's nothing more creatively bankrupt than just doing the same thing over and over again. That being said, I don't want to...
Past Guy says as Pie Guy sits here and watches old videos. Oops.
trash the season entirely, because although there is a decent chunk that do feel like rehashed episodes, there is also another subset that feel like they are genuinely trying to bring something new and diverse to the table. Trident Trouble, Mimic Madness, even Code Yellow to an extent, not to mention Feral Friends, feel like episodes that are intentionally trying to do something different. And then of course you have a whole slew of episodes that aren't quite rehashed old ideas, but are also not particularly fresh or interesting themselves. Frankly,
see, I think the fact that I say this here is enough. Like that is something that I would maybe change, is just still mention that the episodes feel a little bit familiar to other episodes, but maybe just kind of save to the end to talk about all of them in general like this. I feel like this is less annoying than stopping a review to say, this episode reminds me of Bubble Buddy and Pickles and Squidward the Unfriendly Ghost. And, you know, like, I feel like just listing it doesn't work. And also another thing is just that, like, when I make these videos, a lot of the time I make them to be audio-based. Like, if you're not watching the video, you kind of get the whole picture, basically. Like, the visuals are there, of course, but, like, you don't have to watch the whole thing. But at the same time, it is still a video, so, like, just popping the pictures, like, the references to the other episodes up on screen is enough. I don't necessarily have to say, this reminds me of, and then list all of the episodes. I could just say, this reminds me of other episodes, and then flash them on screen while I continue to talk about something else.
SpongeBob is in a rut, and although I see small signs of them trying to break out of it, I don't really have a ton of hope that they can do that. My prediction is that this is the status quo for SpongeBob going forward. There's going to be a handful of episodes in every season that try to break the mold, and those will tend to be the best episodes. There'll be a sad amount of just rehashed ideas, and a large chunk of things that are just kind of forgettable. But of course, I'd love to be proven wrong on that. The weird thing is that experimentation doesn't always work, especially when it comes to a show like SpongeBob. But in these past few seasons, it seems like almost every time they try to do something experimental and different, it works out. Of course, not literally every episode can be experimental, but since they have such a good track record with those episodes, I think they should definitely try more and more. And I have a lot of people to thank for helping make this season review possible. First of all, a huge thank you to Kuro the artist for making this new version of the PieGuyRuLZ. These are the 3.0 models, and I could not be happier with them. Seriously, show some love for Kuro down in the comments. I'd also like to thank Aaron, who made the original design for the PieCons, Quazzle for helping out with the background slide design for Season 10, and Nikki the Imaginative
$5. The Splinter returns. The Splinter returns as an anthropomorphic object and kidnaps Bubble Buddy, forcing SpongeBob to save him or he'll be bopped.
And then I can't wait for the sequel to that, where the Splinter and the Patty from To Love a Patty team up. It gets no explanation of how that Patty is alive again, but you know.
Artist who gave me pointers and support, because this season I decided to draw all of the slide pictures myself.
Which is kind of crazy, because I think I did a pretty good job. I will say a lot of them are kind of traced. not actually traced, but I used vectors to mimic the actual pictures. So, you know, I still don't have actual artistic skill, but I think I did pretty all right.
From the PieCons and a little bit of the background,
the announcement's coming.
Did almost every single piece of art in this video, and I am certainly no artist, so thank you, Nikki, for the encouragement. And thank you to Wile E. Coyote for providing me with his music track to use during the special slide for this season. I'd also like to thank my Patreon backers. Recently, I relaunched my Patreon on a per-month basis, so if you...
Wow, I forgot I did that. Big shout-outs to any of these people. If any of you guys are here, whoop whoop.
you'd like to get your name in the credits of all of my videos, aside from the recast, as well as being able to join my private Discord server and some other perks, please donate if you can. And of course, thanks to my legacy Patreon
Yay.
donators as well.
I know Sue is
Well,
here.
there you go, folks.
All right. So, let's...
I've reviewed 10 seasons of SpongeBob. I have spent over 10 hours of video time talking about this show in just this series alone, not including Spongy Bits or Square Theory or my episode pitches or anything that I've ever done. There's probably a lot more hours than that, but I have spent so much time analyzing this show, and I feel like maybe now is the time to call it quits.
$5.81. As an art major, I can say tracing is a good way to practice with drawing. Helps with line work and whatnot, so you're good. Just don't overdo it, FC.
I mean, the fact that I went through the trouble of actually doing that instead of just using pictures from the episodes, and now, you know, AI, it's like, I feel like tracing is not even that bad. As long as you're not trying to pass it off as, like, original work. I think that's the main sin with tracing.
I mean, what real reason is there to continue on to season 11? Aside from pleasing my fans, continuing on a project that I promised that I would finish, checking out the series to maybe possibly see if it could surprise me and be good again, or at least maybe bad in a really interesting way. Yeah, no, there's really no other reason aside from those, so I think it is time to call it quits. I'm going to go find a nice retirement center for YouTubers who have given up on their big main projects that everyone loves.
Oh, yeah.
So with that, PIEGUYRULZ out.
All right. I don't know what this music is. No idea. Okay, so... Ooh, hang on. Yeah. So the original ending was I did that, and then a certain person says, you know, is that the end of Pie Guy? Is he done reviewing SpongeBob forever? And then I'm like, of course not. And then I come back or something. No, I'm not going to show the OG ending. Not interesting. Or not. That's not interesting. The person narrating is not a person that we need to hear from. So there was that. It's like a twofold. If the person was a not great person, and then also the fact that I did end up retiring the series made it seem really weird that I tease that I'm leaving and then I don't leave or whatever. You're not missing anything. It's just like a few seconds. So clipping it ended up working out in more ways than one, I guess. But yes, unfortunately, it included a person that is persona non grata now. So yeah, okay, let's look at this tier list real quick, and then we have a big announcement. We have a big boy announcement. So, looking at the tier list. We have a lot of upper crust reviews. Well, actually, I guess broadly speaking, I should just say, first of all, the ending cut out primarily.
At Dorothy the iFanatic 5118 cent $1.99. That live action ending should be cut as a whole.
No, I think it's okay that we just end on a down. Oh gosh. Oh, sorry. So my season 10 review. Let's talk about that real quick. Honestly, not as bad as I thought it would be. I don't know. It's definitely not one of my better reviews, for sure. I mentioned old episodes too many times, but I think some of the reviews were fine, and there really wasn't anything that was like a horrible, horrible review, I don't think. So, I don't know. I thought it was alright. And in general, I thought the series was pretty good. I can see why you guys like me reviewing every episode of SpongeBob. I totally get that. Looking at the tier list here, yeah, we ended up with quite a bit of upper crust from almost all the seasons, right? Starting from season 5 on, we had several in all of them. Lots and lots of A tier. Lots of B tier. A lot of C tier, but that's fine. C is average. That's okay. And then we had D tier was primarily a lot of the first 4 seasons. And then not as much going forward. And then only a few
Scumbag
reviews. So I'm pretty happy with this. I am pretty happy with this. Yeah, literally the biggest crime was he's referencing other episodes too much. Otherwise, it was good enough for you. Yeah, I do think that, like, I guess because season 10 was fresh, fresh, because it was fresh, there was a lot more discourse about it than there was about the previous episodes and seasons. Like, it was still hotly debated, like, oh, is Feral Friends good or not? Is this episode good? Is sports bad? Like, all that sort of stuff. I feel like because of that, this caught a lot more flack. And then I think someone mentioned that because I dropped this during the recast days, it might have gotten buried in the subscription feed, which, fair enough. Fair enough. This tier list, oh, excuse me. This tier list reminds me of the old Spongy Bits intro. Yeah. Okay, anyway. So, we have an announcement. We have an announcement. Let me get it queued up here. There's a little video that goes along with it. All right. Are you guys ready? Let's pop this over here. Make it the fullest of screens. Even though it's still a little widescreen. Get rid of this. All right. Are you all ready? Here we go. The big announcement is this. We are going to be doing every episode of SpongeBob reviewed season. Oh, wait, hang on. Sorry, my one key is stuck. No, hang on. Backspace. Yes, guys. We are doing every episode of SpongeBob Season 1 reviewed. We're doing it. We're going to fully re-review the first season. All right? Totally new audio, totally new reviews, totally new visuals. We are going back to the start and doing it all over again. All right? We're doing it. It is my next video. We are here. Yeah, baby. Ah, man.
Natasha, 5,000.
All right.
181 cent, $10.
Thank
Take
you.
my money.
Yeah, baby. Oh wait, hang on. I should bring the PyCon back here. Where are you, PyCon? There you are. I still look a little bit pennyish. That's okay. That's fine. Here we are.
Attila VDD sent $3.58. PIEGUYRULZ is back,
Yep.
boys and girls.
Yes. So, here's the thing. We went through all these episodes and these videos, and, like, truthfully, the early season reviews do need work. And if I was going to keep reviewing SpongeBob, I definitely do need to go back to the start and give those episodes better reviews. So, yeah, as far as what the plan is, we are definitely doing season 1, and we are going to be doing seasons 2 and 3 at least. We might end up redoing season 4, maybe even season 5. Who knows? And I think the eventual goal is to actually review SpongeBob season 11. That would be nice.
At Madeleine de France sent $1.43. Can we get some whoop-poos in the chat?
Whoop-poo! Thank you, guys. Thank you. We are back, baby. We are so back. I should probably make this a little bigger.
At Seahawk sent $2. Shut up and take my money.
Yes, yeah. Thank you guys for being so supportive about this. Yeah. So here's the thing. We are totally redoing it. So new ratings, new everything. We're just gonna kind of start from scratch.
55 cent, $2. Whatever happened to being burnt out?
As it turns out, taking a few years of not watching SpongeBob makes it okay to, not be burnt. Like I feel refreshed with it. I needed a break from it, and I took that break, and here we are again.
At Litusfrick 2101 cent $1.43. Will you delete the old SpongeBob reviews?
No, absolutely not. Those will be where they are. We're not overwriting anything. You guys are funny.
At Toon Forethought sent $2. S3 reviews, now with 99% less, absolutely hilarious.
Yeah. So one of the biggest things is I want to really truly like appreciate SpongeBob. Like with the season 1 review especially, I want to appreciate what works about the show. Back when I reviewed it,
$1.99. We paid $9 for this, Mrs. Puff.
Back when I reviewed it all that time ago, I kind of reviewed it with being like, everyone knows these episodes. Like, yeah, it's Bubble Stand, it's classic, it's great. Everyone knows that. And that's like, you know, that's not a good way to review something. I want to look at it from a, like, what made this show great in the first place perspective.
Sent $2. Will you also redo the first movie review?
Probably. I'm not making any commitment on that. Definitely that review that could use updating for sure, but we'll see. Yeah, so I want to review it from the perspective of what made this good, and is it actually good? Is you know, I don't know. I don't know that every episode in season 1 is really as good as I rated it the first time, to be honest. And here's something else that you guys might enjoy. So the good, meh, and
SpongeBob
ratings are still staying. They are still here, and I am not adding to that system. But in addition to that, we are adding a secondary system where I will be using a thirds system to put the episodes into categories based on whether they are the top third in that season, the middle third in that season, and the bottom third in that season. And the reason we're going to do this is because, yeah, sure, like season 2, most of the episodes are going to be good, probably. But how do they compare to each other, you know?
19 cent $5. This is cool. Season 1 to 4 could use some work. Season 5 I think holds pretty well though. From your live streams, Season 2 seemed to be your least fav.
Yeah. Yeah, so the point of this review system is not to say whether an episode is good or not. We have the good men
SpongeBob
for that. The point is, how does it compare to each other, right? It's like, yeah, this episode's good, but is it top third good? Is it upper crust? You know, is it middle? Is it bottom? Right? Like, so that's where we're gonna see it. And I'm trying to not like commit too hard to this. That's why like you guys are asking like, oh, will I do the movie? Will I do this? Do that? I don't know. We're gonna take it slow and easy. Like I said, we're doing season 1. That's the next video I'm working on, and we will be doing seasons 2 and 3 at a later date as well.
I popped in at the beginning of the stream since I was on break at work. I just got off, so what did I miss?
I don't know if you're joking or not, but you just missed the big announcement. The biggest of announcements. We're re-reviewing season 1. Yeah, everything from the ground up will be brand new. I'm not reusing anything. Better facts.
58 cents. When the day you review season 11 comes, I will bringing out the big boy food and drinks.
Yes. Yep. Am I still doing Fiona and Cake? That's done. It's done. It's already out, if you're a member. If you're not a member, it'll be out Saturday. Are these thirds dividing all episodes in a season, or is it subdividing? No. It's all episodes in a season. So an episode could be good and still end up in the bottom third, just because that's how that works.
At InfiNerdy sent $2. Will you do bottom 5s for these videos as well?
I don't know. I'm not sure. I think maybe the third system might be enough that we don't need to do that. But we'll see. We'll see. No more listing fun facts at the beginning. No more absolutely hilarious. Well, maybe a little bit of absolutely hilarious. Oh, gosh. But yeah, so look at it like this is like a new era for the every episode of SpongeBob series. For now, the reviews that I've done are the reviews, right? Like if you want to know what my official stance on a season 6 episode is, go watch that season 6 video.
Sent $2 to a top 10 best and worst SpongeBob episodes
of all time. Right now, I don't think I can. But yeah, but as I do these new videos, they will kind of replace the old ones. Not literally. They're not, the old ones aren't going anywhere, but they will be more updated opinions.
The whole time of your comeback?
No, honestly, I wasn't going to do this, but reviewing these season reviews and talking about SpongeBob and hanging out with you guys has rekindled a joy for the series that I haven't felt in a long time. And yeah, I mean, again, not having watched SpongeBob in a few years definitely, like, yeah, it makes it feel fresh and exciting again.
43 cents. Will the original season reviews
Yes.
stay up?
Yes. 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 I think the tricky thing is I don't know what I'm going to title these. I could go with Rehydrated, but the thing is that the Battle for Bikini Bottom Rehydrated is a, like, remaster. It's not a completely new from the ground up thing. Whereas this is not, this is completely new. So I might go with, like, every episode of SpongeBob critically re-reviewed or critically reviewed, or I might be like every episode of SpongeBob season 1 reviewed again. I don't know. You guys can definitely help me with that, of trying to figure out what the right branding is. But are you gonna keep my leg stock image? Probably not. Probably not. Yeah. Oh yeah. I did plan on re-reviewing season 1 years ago.
99 cents. Would you consider doing weekly members only streams showing the production of this video, editing, scripting, audio, etc.?
Probably not. I feel like I don't know if I can make a stream. I don't know if I can get stuff actually done and be entertaining on stream at the same time. I also don't think, I know some people don't want to be spoiled about, like, the slide layout and the reviews, ratings and stuff, so I would kind of be worried about that. I don't know, but maybe. Am I going to use the correct air dates? No, I'm not. Just to upset you specific. No, I can. If you would like to help with that, CDCB, you are welcome to. Should just be re-reviewed. I don't know. We'll see. I could just title it the same thing. Just title it a second video every episode of SpongeBob season 1 reviewed. That's why you said members only. Yeah, I know. It's I don't know. I know some other people do that, but I have trouble getting distracted while I'm working on these videos. As it is, I don't want to get distracted with streaming. I want to just make that content. Battle for Bikini Bottom Rehydrated is a remake. It is, but it's like, it's a beat for beat remake. It's not like, let's add a bunch of stuff to all the levels. You know what I mean? Like, I'm just worried that if I call my reviews Rehydrated, people might think that it's like the guy that was doing the remasters of my videos, which, again, super cool that guy did that, but that's not what we're looking at here. This is going to be completely new audio, completely, new everything. Will the
Scumbag
be comparative to the rest of the season or the series as a whole? The series as a whole. The point of the third system is that the third system looks within the season. The regular ratings just look at everything. Just, was it a good episode? Was it meh? Was it
Scumbag?
Attila Vidadeed sent $3.58.
You guys are being very generous. Thank you.
Do you think some episodes from the first 3 seasons have aged poorly?
I don't know. I don't know if aged poorly is the right word, as much as my sensibilities might have changed, as a critic, as just like a person who enjoys cartoons. I do think that, like, some of my stuff has changed. I'm trying to think of what maybe would age poorly. I'm not sure. Squirrel jokes, maybe. Yeah, that one might be. Definitely. So, okay, so there's that announcement. Now, less important, but still important, is what we're going to do for streaming, right? What are we going to do? Well, for the time being, we are going to continue doing Sunday streams, and we are going to keep playing through the Cosmic Shake, the SpongeBob game. We'll do it right here on this channel, and it'll probably be for shorter time. It'll probably be like 2 hours at a time, but that's the plan for a few weeks at least. And then I do have a plan for the live streams. I do have an interesting idea. I'm still trying to figure out how I want to execute it, though.
$5. A re-review makes sense because some of your opinions may have changed over the past few years.
Possibly. I mean, I think as far as the title goes, the official title on the videos, it really should just be whatever's going to get the most clicks, to be honest. The series it'll still be every episode of SpongeBob season 1 reviewed, like in my heart, you know? Maybe I'll call it rehydrated in the video, you know? Cuz I do like calling it that, like that's cute, you know? But I don't know that branding wise that makes sense. Because again, I don't want people to think like, oh, like he's just like re-editing his video or something. Like I want people to understand, like, because that's what I am doing for the shorts. You know, the shorts are kind of remastering with newer PyCons and a slightly different visual format. A few things like tweaked with the fun facts and stuff, but this is again totally new. This is gonna be totally new. So, will there be a unique SpongeBob transition for season 1? You assume that there's gonna be a
SpongeBob
episode. Maybe there won't be. But yeah, if there is, then yes, there would be. We'll have to see. The Cosmic Shakes graphics going to be updated. Yes. Yeah, I explained it a few weeks ago that I got a capture card that's going to that can actually run the game really nicely off of my Steam Deck. So yeah, so that's what the plan is. Again, I have broadly my plan on the streams upcoming is to review years of Nickelodeon and Cartoon Network. That we gonna look at, like, I'm gonna make a PowerPoint presentation and we're gonna look at like Cartoon Network in 1998. Like, here's the contests they were running. Here's the advertisements and promotional stuff they were doing. Here's what seasons aired. Like oh, it's season 2 of Dexter's Lab aired in this time period, and you know, here's the premiere of the, you know, Powerpuff Girls movie was this year. We're gonna do that. I'm just trying to figure out exactly how I want to do that. So I need a few more weeks to figure that out. But I think that'd be fun. And because we're doing it in a live stream, you guys can chime in with your opinions as well. So we'll do like a tier list of like which years for Nickelodeon and Cartoon Network were good. Not just like, you know, what shows premiered that year or whatever. Like, we'll look at the actual individual episodes. We'll look at the contests. We'll look at like what was going on like CartoonNetwork.com. Like, we can try to look at as much of it as we can. Look at the schedules, stuff like that. I think it'll be fun. And I'm trying to figure out how I want to do it. If we're gonna do like, you know, 1 year of Cartoon Network and then 1 year of Nickelodeon in like the same stream, like the same year in the same stream. If we want to do Cartoon Network 1 week, Nickelodeon the next week, I don't know. We'll have to figure it out. We might have to watch a lot of stuff. I'm not gonna watch all of the episodes in that season. I'm not gonna watch it, but yeah. So yeah, I hope you guys enjoyed this stream. I very much had fun with it. PIEGUYRULZ retold. Oh, as I was saying before, yeah, I was going to do a season 1 remaster years ago. I think before season 10 even. Like, I have a folder called season 1 remaster on my hard drive that was from like 2017 or 18. And just like a bunch of life stuff got in the way, and then a bunch of controversy stuff with, not controversy stuff, but like, you know, the season 10 video didn't do well, and like a whole bunch of stuff happened. So, yeah, so it just didn't end up happening. It was a genuine surprise announcement. Yeah. How much? Here, let's do a poll real quick. We're gonna end this off in maybe like 5 minutes, but I want to see if we do a poll. Did you guys see it coming? Boom. Yeah, and I think the plan is that I'm going to try to alternate doing a SpongeBob season and a non-SpongeBob season reviewed. That way I don't get too burned out on SpongeBob. What will be the theme of the slides? Maybe instead of characters, it'll be locations. Actually, that was kind of what I was thinking. It might be locations. I don't know. We got to see. We got to, there's still, I have not started any production work on this other than rewatching some of the episodes. So a lot of it's still up in the air. You guys in the streams are welcome to shoot ideas at me and stuff like that. I don't have things set in stone. I just know that I want to do the thirds system, as I'm calling it, because to make it interesting, right? If like every episode in season 1 or like 80% of them ended up being good, I still want to know like what's the less good episode, you know? You thought it would be season 11 reviewed? Yeah. Most of us expected it to be about
Attila
SpongeBob.
Vidavid sent $3.58. Just curious how long on average would an every episode of X season reviewed video take to make from start to finish?
It's a lot of hours, and I'm trying to work smarter, not harder, like with the Fiona and Cake one. A lot of it is like how organized was I, and how many last minute changes do I make, because that ends up happening a lot. I don't know. I would hope that I could do this within the next 4 months, but I don't know. It could be sooner, it could be later, especially because this is SpongeBob. I do, I already do have some opinions and some thoughts and some ideas of how to do this. Keep the character slides. It's gonna be something different. It could still be SpongeBob. I'm not sure. Like the character himself, but I expected season 11 because you teased it. Did I get you guys with the old sticky one key? The classic bit of, yeah. That I mean, I hope you guys know that was intentional. It was a joke. That was the whole bit. I was like, oh, it's funny. See, it'll look like I'm gonna do season 11, and then it'll look like like I'm doing season 111. Be a good reveal, I think. SpongeBob's pineapple. Yeah, that's one of the ideas. That's one of the ideas for sure. I'm very excited. I need to take like a few days off of YouTube stuff to just like relax after all the Fiona and Cake stuff. And I hope you guys are still looking forward to that on Saturday. But after that, I'm excited to kind of dive headlong into this. Wow, 25% of you said yes. Really?
Jenna Morgan X7Y sent $5. How do you divide it into thirds if the number of episodes is not divisible by 3? Like lower and upper are 14 each and 13 in the middle?
It's that is just entirely up to how I feel like doing it. Depending on how it breaks out, I'm gonna choose which third is gonna get like more and which third is gonna get less. Like, yeah, obviously, I don't think any of the seasons have actual thirds technically. I just thought that splitting it into threes would make the most sense. I could split it into fours. I could do a quarter system, but I don't know. In before someone says penny system. I knew it wasn't season 11. All right, very smart. Oh gosh. Pineapple, apple, pen. The season 1 slides being themed around the furniture of SpongeBob's house could be neat. Yeah, potentially. I was thinking more like the outside of the pineapple and the portholes and door could be something.
$581 sent $5. Honestly, wasn't expecting any SpongeBob reviews for the announcement. Thought it'd be too good to be true, and it'd be another show or Adventure Time.
I knew you guys. I knew SpongeBob was the only thing you guys would get that excited for. So. I could say the episodes are divided into pie slices. Ooh, interesting. I mean, I might be going with upper crust again for the top third. I don't know. Come up with some pun for the middle and bottom. Not sure. Season 2 has 39 episodes, so that's divisible. Oh, well, there we go. Proven wrong immediately. Nah, yeah, bottom of the bakery's dead.
Reality Cypher sent $2. Season 8 works perfectly with the third system.
In before every season except for season 1 works with it. You underestimate my love and wishfulness for Adventure Time. Oh, Madeline, I'm so glad to hear you say that, because yeah, I would love to talk more about Adventure Time. And hopefully it happens. Like I said, I'm gonna alternate doing SpongeBob and non-SpongeBob, so maybe Adventure Time season 3 will happen.
$1.99.
Well, thank you for the super chat. If I'm ever gonna do Steven Universe, I don't know, man. Steven Universe is such a weird show to go back to. Like it was such a good, interesting experience at the time watching it live, but now that it's all over, like I don't know. You have some Adventure Time fans in here. Yeah, well, you know, you guys know I'd love to do season 3. I love Adventure Time, and for some reason Adventure Time doesn't it does not get the clicks. I don't know. There's just not a big YouTube fan base of Adventure Time, weirdly enough. Adventure Time is your favorite cartoon? Nice. Oh yeah, the Gibby Show pilot. I did see that. Yeah, it is pretty awful. All right, I appreciate all the support for Adventure Time. And again, to be completely fair, like I said earlier, the fact that you guys have been supporting me with these super chats and memberships has emboldened me to just kind of do what I feel like doing. You know, I want to do what people like, obviously. I mean, the SpongeBob season is a mix of what people like and what I am interested in doing. But because of the support you guys are giving me, I could definitely justify doing Adventure Time Season 3, even if it wasn't going to be something that's going to get crazy viewership. Nickelodeon suppressing the Adventure Time videos because they're upset about skipping over it. All right, everyone. Well, thank you so much for tuning into this. This was a bonkers stream. I'm still feeling slightly sick from that horrible fish sandwich. I will let everyone know if I vomit. That'll be a community post. It'll just be the big fish made me puke. But I probably should make a community post officially announcing season 1. I don't know. Should I make? Maybe I won't. Maybe it'll just be a fun thing for people who watch this. I don't know. And I'm also, as I mentioned, I'm not against reviewing the Patrick Star Show. We might do that. We'll have to see. All right, everyone. Well, thank you for tuning in. This has been another live stream. So remember, we will be back here next Sunday to play some more Cosmic Shake. I might just start over from the beginning because it's been a few weeks. I don't know. And we had a lot of technical issues that first stream. But yeah.
Attila Vidadeed sent $3.58. Have you ever considered doing an every X reviewed for a series of video games like Mario Kart or Mario Party?
Truthfully, I don't know if I know how to review video games. Like, I have a lot of opinions for sure, but I don't know that I've never really done it other than that hyper scam, like 15 years ago. But I do know my buddy Shadow has done that with the SpongeBob games and Jimmy Neutron and Fairly Odd Parents ones and Humongous Entertainment. I like his stuff, so check that out. All right, everyone. Have a great night. Hopefully, I will see you guys next week. And remember, Saturday is the Fiona and Cake Season 2 video. Please check it out. Oh.
TV Punks sent $1.99. Would you ever do shows like South Park / BoJack?
Both of those are definitely a possibility, but I don't have any plans currently. All right. Bye, guy rules. Out.